I always tell those who are in the group that if it sounds like the person coming through, if it sounds like your loved one coming through with a message and it resonates with you, it most definitely is. And this is no different. If this message is resonating with you, then it is most definitely for you. So know that, Isaiah um, in this card is protecting you during all these changes because sometimes change can be a little unsettling, a little unnerving. And knowing that you have the backing of your guides and your loved ones so that you can move through whatever it is that you need to move through to accomplish this goal, that is great. It's time for you to move through that and get to it. So, what is it that you all out there have been procrastinating on that you've been waiting for the right time? Can't wait to hear what you all have to say. So, move forward with it now. The time is perfect. And with that, we're going to go to the phone lines because we have a caller waiting right now. We have Tiffany in Manitoba, Canada. Good evening, Tiffany, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello, thanks.
Hi, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What can I help you with this evening?
Just had wondered about anything on like jobs, money, family health kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, let me just take a moment here, Tiffany, to tune in to see what your guides and loved ones have to say. And then
Okay,
I will be right back with you. Okay.
okay.
Okay, Tiffany. So the image that they keep bringing me is someone counting. It's like you're counting. You're drawing the lines, and you're like one, two, three, four, and then five, and you go across all of the other marks to go five, and then you start again. It's like you're counting, and it feels like this is relating to your job um, that you have. And so I'm not sure what you're counting because they're not showing me what that is. They just keep showing me marking off, striking things off. Um, in this process of so are you in accounting or some type of payroll or something like that?
No, right now I'm just a stay-at-home mom, but I've been stressing about money lately.
Oh,
So
okay. Okay. So you're doing the counting thing. Um,
yeah,
I'm checking in to see what they are saying about the counting. Hold on. So the other image that they're bringing to me right now is counting on someone. Um, and what they're showing me is for you to be able to count on you. Does that make sense to you?
yeah, kind of.
For you to be the one that that counts on yourself, um, because it feels like um, there's part of you that is feeling like you can't do this. You can't move forward. You can't do this anymore. And so it's about being and believing in who you are and your abilities to be able to do this. Um,
Okay.
they're showing me they're showing me almost like a going out and doing like a part-time job, right? That
Mhm.
brings in a little bit of income, but also gets you out into your community and gives you that it's like this feeling of I feel like there's this feeling of restlessness with you right now. You love what you
Mhm.
do, right? You love being the
Mhm.
stay-at-home mom, you love being with your kids and teaching them. But there's a part of you that also needs to be outside of the house. And so, um, they're bringing back this counting again, like you're counting your days, um, counting things in your life. And so, getting out and doing something outside of the household is going to shift you and be able to bring in this different feeling and kind of settle down that restlessness that you're feeling right now. Um,
Okay.
hold on just a second. They're bringing me in with something with numbers. So it's interesting. There's a lot with counting and a lot with numbers with you right now. So let me see if I can figure out exactly what it is they're trying to bring through. It's the image that they're showing me is that they're showing me you sitting around with your children and doing counting exercises. You're counting
Okay.
things, you're teaching them, um, and it's this moment of having that time and that space with them right now, which is also something that you are craving. It's like in a different way. It's being in a different way than you are with them right now. Um, having taking putting the responsibility aside a little bit and being able to go out and laugh and run around with them and do things with them. And that also is going to help bring through this feeling of, to release that feeling of restlessness. And it's going to ground you to be able to get out and to have that laughter and that fun and almost bring out the kid in you, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Okay. Um, they're showing me you um, teaching other people things that you have learned along the way. Um, it's almost like teaching. What they're showing me is like teaching other groups of students um, different aspects of. It's almost like I'm seeing like extracurricular activities, um, like art or theater or something. It's like they're showing me that you have these talents that can be shared with others in other ways. And so, and then it's another way to kind of bring out that creativity in you and getting involved with your community.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Me and my girlfriend are thinking of getting into doing like a facial line together. So yeah,
Okay.
it does actually.
Okay. Well, wow, there's your part
Hmm.
time job.
Yes,
um,
exactly.
so yeah, it's about you being in that creative aspect, and that's kind of what you're
Hmm.
missing right now, because you are so focused on your home and your family. This something will give you a little bit of joy and enjoyment, um, and something just a little bit different.
Yeah. Okay. And
Yeah.
the counting thing, like I used to work at a bank, and I was actually just thinking a couple days ago, I'm like, oh, maybe I should get another job there. So it's
Oh,
kind of funny
okay.
that you bring that up. So I'm like, oh, well, maybe it could, because I was thinking, oh, maybe I should start working back there. So kind of
Okay,
coincidental that
that
you're saying
makes
that. So
yep, that makes total sense.
I actually just said
Accounting.
that to my husband tonight. So
Okay, there you go. Yeah, definitely look into that.
okay.
Because like I said, there's something they kept bringing up counting. So obviously, if you worked at a bank, you had to count out money, right? At the
Yep. Yep.
end of the day, or even during the
Yep.
day, depending on what your job entailed. So
Hmm.
I would definitely look into something like that as the means of a part-time job, or maybe it turns into a full-time job. Um, so check that out and see if that actually resonates with you again.
Okay. Oh.
Um, I'm actually getting a very big yes on checking into the bank. So, um, yeah,
Okay.
I would look into that.
Okay.
What was one of your other questions?
Just family health.
Family health. Okay, is this like immediate family, like you and your kids, or is there somebody
Yeah.
else? Okay,
Um, yeah. Me, my kid, husband. Yeah, and parents. I guess if
okay.
anything.
It's interesting. It almost feels like I'm kind of like like seasick. Like my stomach is kind of all over the place. It doesn't feel good. It's almost upset, like to the point of like um, maybe throwing up. Um, but they're showing me that this is more of the feeling that you're feeling that there's something off, that there is something not right. Um, and I'm hearing that your instincts are correct. Um, to the that going with your gut. Um,
Hmm. That's, that's interesting. Because the last few days I've been feeling like that. So, oh, crazy. um,
feeling
so yeah,
feeling kind of not
but
nauseated and
yeah,
like
nauseous. Yes. Hmm.
um,
And I've been seeing lots of specialists and stuff, but they don't see anything wrong. So I don't know what's going on.
it feels like to me it's like this nervousness or this feeling, this overwhelming feeling of something something bad's going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like it's more of that for you, um, rather than there
The
being,
anxiety.
yeah, it's like an anxiety feeling of something happening. Um, and I'm hearing that you're feeling the world around you, um, not necessarily specific to your family, that you're feeling other people's anxiety about life in general, right? There's a lot of unknowns, for a lot of people right now, and it's like you're feeling that piece of it. So when you start feeling that piece of it, um, just kind of sit with that for a minute and say, "Thank you for showing me this, but this is not mine, and please release it from me now." and see if that changes how you're feeling. Because it feels like there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, um, like the weight of the world, and it feels like it's becoming to a point where you're getting anxious over everything. Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Hmm.
Okay. Okay. Because what they're showing me right now is that there's nothing to be concerned about.
Okay.
Um, I keep hearing it's all internal. And when I say it's all internal, what they're showing me is that it's just the emotional body of yours reacting.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Mm. They're not showing me anything else right now. Um, are there any other questions that you have this evening?
No, that is great. Oh, about the money thing, I had said about my finances, kind of where we're at financially.
Hmm. This the song that's coming into my head right now is "The Future's So Bright, I've Got to Wear Shades." so I'm taking it from that, um, that things are going to start shifting for you, and you looking into maybe going back to the bank, maybe doing a facial line with a friend of yours, that these are all things that are coming in for you that are going to help bring in extra income and streams of money, which is going to help your financial situation.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, it feels like things are gonna, if things are going to turn around for you and go in the right direction, in the direction that you have been hoping it would go into, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Was there anything else that I can help you with this evening?
No, that's great.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for calling in this evening. I sure appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you too.
Have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Melinda, who is in Maine. Good evening, Melinda, and welcome to your time to shine.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay, I guess.
All
I'm
right.
just
What can I
curious. I've
do? I'm sorry,
never
go
had a
ahead.
reading, so
Oh, okay. This is your first time. Well, this is exciting. Do you have a
yeah.
specific question for me?
Will my life get better?
So is there like a certain aspect that you're looking to find, or are you just meaning in general?
Probably just in general. I'm in rehab right now. I just want to know if this is the last time I'll be here.
Okay. Okay. Melinda, let me just check in to see what your loved ones and guides have to say, and I'll be right back with you. Okay. There'll just be a moment of silence here as I do that. Okay. Okay, Melinda. So, what I am getting very, very strongly is that you are in a much better place than you have been in the past, and it's really up to you and how you choose. You have a
Okay.
lot more support than you also have had in the past. So, all of those things um, are adding up to really good things, right? and for you to realize that you have those things in your path right now. Because before you felt like you were just kind of alone and doing this on your own. And now you're realizing that there are others out there to help you. There are others that you can lean on. And so your guides are telling you, do lean hard on those who have reached out to you and said, I support you. I will help you through this. Because those are the ones who really care about you, who really care about your well-being. And I'm being shown that you can get through this, but you have to be able to put your mind to that and say, absolutely, I am going to do this. I am going to triumph and get past this. So
I hope so.
You've done the right thing by asking for help and reaching out for help, right? That is the biggest step. That was the first step, they're saying. The second step is to continue to reach out for help, because where they're showing me like you've reached out for help before, but then you feel like you get abandoned by people and by those in your life. And then you slowly kind of slip back. And so they're saying when you start feeling that, start reaching out to those people who said, I am here for you and I am here to help you. Okay. Because they're the ones that are going to stand by you and continue to push you forward.
Right. I do have a great support right now.
Yes. Yes. They're showing me you do have a great deal of support. And it's a matter of, you need to understand too, that asking for help and getting that support is not a weakness. Okay. This is not something that you can just say, I'm doing this on my own. Yes, you can do this on your own, but right now you need the support. And that's the biggest thing for you, is to realize that you don't have to prove anything to anybody except yourself in asking for help. Okay? Yeah. You have a great deal of strength in you. So use that strength. Okay? Yeah. I'm being shown the hard part is behind you. You've taken that first step of the hard part.
Yeah, that was the hard part.
Exactly. And look how strong you are for doing that. So congratulations. You should be very proud of that. Melinda, we're coming down to, I'm sorry?
I think I'm not getting any younger. It's getting really old.
Yeah, it's time for you to start living your life in the way that you want to live it. And Melinda, we're coming down to the last couple seconds of our show, so I want to say thank you for calling in and best of luck to you. I know that you're going to get through this.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and how are you today? I hope you are all very, very well. Well, we're going to have a nice Psychic Destiny show with me, Eleanor Grace, and I'm broadcasting from London in the United Kingdom out to all of you in the United States and in Canada as well, Australia as well, and of course Europe and UK. We're across the pond from you. Now, during my show here tonight, well, it's tonight here. I know it's during the day for you. I always get the times mixed up, but never mind. I'm going to be using cards here. These are tarot cards, and these are the ordinary Rider-Waite, the original tarot cards. Now, I also like to use my crystal ball. And today I have got the blue agate crystal ball, and this is high on spiritual protection and bringing in lots and lots of vibrations. So it helps us with healing. It helps us with our forethought, consideration for others, and really wanting to show just how much we care. So this lovely blue crystal ball, very unusual, pale blue, and it brings in the light here of the healing powers. So healing blue is what we're going to be using. Matches the background as well that I've chosen today. So also with the blue agate crystal, I'll be using my rose quartz crystal comet. Now this is a little pendant, if you can see it here. And the rose quartz pendant I used really to bring in that energy of love and consideration, harmony, temperance, the feelings of affection that we need to show to loved ones and we need to show to our families. So with the crystal quartz in rose here, and this is my comet, I'll be using this to use a little bit as a pendulum, but also to select the cards. So I allow the cards to just drop. The pendulum drops onto the cards. So if somebody asks me a question, I can give you a very, very quick answer. But of course, the cards are going to be used for timescales to show us perhaps the way forward, how we're about to approach the next big decision in our lives, and how we're going to take that awful step where we're not quite sure what to do, but we know we've got to do something. And I think that crosses all of us at some point in our lives. So I feel that this evening and today's callers will be perhaps in that position where they've got to be taking a bit of a major step in order to transform their lives. So we'll wait and see who does come through on the lines here today. So to shuffle the cards is the best way to just really get a good link, get across with that personality, link in with your intuition, and really just relax, I think, with the person opposite you and take a card to see exactly what it's. Now we've got Patricia in Phoenix, Arizona on the line. Hello there, Patricia. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
Good. Well, you're through to me. I'm Eleanor, and I've just taken a card just before we had your name come up on screen, and this is the card of the King of Wands. And this is really quite a tough sort of person. And I feel that he belongs to you, Patricia. So I feel that in your life at the moment, you've got to challenge this man. You've got to be thinking about how you're going to talk to him correctly and appropriately, and how you're going to ask him not to do things or not to behave in certain ways, and how you've got to sort of walk on eggshells, really, to be able to do that. So is that your situation, Patricia? Can I just establish
Right on the nose.
It is. Well, it's a good job we took that card then, because that represents you. And that was just before you came through on the line. Now, is this your partner? Is this your husband? Because you've got a marriage card that is next, a card of commitment, a card of truce, really. So I feel that there is...
I'm not married. It's just complicated.
But is it a partner of yours? That's what I asked, first of all, or somebody that you feel a great deal for?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is in the cards. It comes through as that person, as the person that you feel connected to, committed to, that you've spent a lot of time with, and that you have loved. Whether you're still in love with that person is another question. So you have now got to challenge him, this wonderful King of Swords here, with those questions. You know, are you still happy? Has he brought the happiness to you that you felt that he would, or that you feel that you actually deserve? So these are big internal questions, and you have to be quite forceful, because the next card that you've drawn here is the Ace of Swords. So we've got the King of Swords, the Ace of Swords, and then harmony in between the two of you. And this means for you, there's a dynamic force that's going on right now here, Patricia, and it's a part of your destiny. So you've got fate with you. You're in a strong position, and that's because of the level of emotion that you display towards him. You're a very kind, caring woman, and you have had to really be quite resilient and, you know, had to handle things, had to handle him, manage every other aspect of difficulty in your life. I can see that, I can feel it around you. So we're bringing in the blue crystal ball here. This is the agate, the blue and white agate here. This is for healing and protection, which is what I'm surrounding you with. And we're going to blow now onto this crystal ball. And we're bringing protection to surround Patricia and to help Patricia make amends and find a new pathway. And that's exactly what I see here. It's scattered in the center of the ball, but it's a light that is bright, and that is shining to illuminate a new way forward for you, Patricia. So you're going to overcome one obstacle. You will be dynamic in your approach towards this man. You will be able to overcome your fears and your, I suppose, resilience. You know, you'll be able to overcome that. Oh, I don't want to do this. I can't. I'm not up to it. I don't want this challenge. Don't want to have it in my life. And yet you are doing it, and you will be there, and you will make that challenge. You'll make it possible. And the crystal now is saying to you, look, let's just illuminate the way forward. Let's just see how you can transpire into, I think, love and affection. So we're bringing in the rose quartz here. I'm going to let it drop onto my cards here. So let's see. Right, this is the one that it's dropped onto here. This is the two. Is it two? The Two of Cups. So he has got a true heart, and that's where both of you started. So where did it go wrong? Well, the time scale that I've got here, I just want to go back the full 12 months, 1 year, and that seemed to be the catalyst. An event a year ago was the catalyst for things to get worse and worse and worse, or to snowball. Everything just got out of hand. I also have a sense of loss as well that you've had to endure. So there's somebody that's passed over into spirit here, because I do have spirit lights around you, and you feeling that. You okay there, Patricia? Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
You're hitting everything right in the nose, I'm telling you.
I know. And I'm babbling away here and not letting you come back in and talk to me. And okay, so what are we going to do about this? How are you going to make things right? Well, there's Two of Cups here. This is all about coming together, bringing two people together who've got the best intentions, the true feelings, that true heart, that sense of, I don't want to be in this mess, don't want to be in this place. And yet your crystal ball is showing you there is a pathway. So you've got to get on it. You've got to start taking that step forward, put your heel down and let the rest of your foot follow, and then put the next one down and let that one follow. So you're going to have to grab hold of your intuition, your instinct, and your self-awareness here to just be brave, I think, and courageous, because you can always turn around. You can always walk right back, because I don't feel that this man is actually going anywhere. I feel that he's staying where he is, stuck, but very needy, and you having to manage everything for him. So what is he bringing to you? I know that's harsh, and relationships are a lot more complicated.
It's absolutely true.
Isn't it?
Where did you say that? I'm leaving on Friday.
Yeah. On Friday, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I need to take off for a while and get myself back together.
Yeah.
And then come back stronger.
I think you will. And don't forget, he has got a true heart, because you wouldn't have drawn that card otherwise. And that's where the rose quartz went to. So that's the rose quartz heart, went straight to him. So it does show you exactly what you're leaving and what you're going to come back to. But it is also up to him to make that change, isn't it? And to get himself together and to be able to offer you something. Now, there's a trick here. Along this pathway in the crystal ball, as you're stepping forward one after the other, there's somebody else that you're going to encounter. And there's a person standing right in front of you. It's like an angel, like a soulmate, a bright, bright light. And you won't miss this man. You won't miss him, because he's meant to be in your life. And this brings in the card of the Ace of Swords, which you've already drawn, and we've already talked about this. But this is a point in your destiny, in your fate. So everything that's happening right now is sort of all the energies that are negative are being removed from you. It's just being taken away. It's like a spiritual injection has gone on here, and you've been cleansed or just divulged of all that negative nonsense. So let's call it nonsense, because it's just noise, isn't it? It's clatter, 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 and I can hear it, and it's just so frustrating. So that's being removed. You are free. You're free now to be you, and that's without guilt and without regret, just to be you and to see what life has to offer, what is going to come in next. What I'm telling you, this trick along the way, is that while you're thinking about the past, thinking about what went wrong and who should be blamed for this, that, or the other, there's somebody else that is there for you, that you are always meant to meet, and it's the best yet. The best is yet to come for you, Patricia. Hold on to that thought. Believe in yourself, and believe in the wish that I have made for you into the blue agate crystal ball. I blew onto that crystal ball, wishing you onto that pathway so that you could resolve a lot more of your issues and become yourself. There's also a woman who is with you. This is a woman in spirit who's guiding you, sort of gently pushing you here. She's come to visit you as well in your house, sat in your kitchen, so she knows your kitchen. I feel that this is not a woman that is that much older than you. So I don't feel as though it's a parent. I think it's somebody on your level, a contemporary, a person that perhaps died before she should have done, and a great friend that wants to just share a little bit of compassion with you. Would you know who that is, Patricia?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go to an S, a shush, 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 sort of sound that I've got here. So I think she would say to you, shush, shush. Is that right? Is that what she would do?
She would tell me to shush, but her name's Christina. Yeah. Yeah, she always did. She always said that. Just shush, be quiet and listen.
Shush, shush. Okay. Well, that's what I'm hearing. And it's like, well, you must do it. You must listen to her. And she's come into your kitchen. She wants to have a cup of coffee with you and, sit down and chop the biscuits or the cake or something that you share. Is that what you did? Or little biscuits, little squares of things. I don't know. We don't have them here in the UK, but you probably do in the USA. You have everything there. So, yeah, that's what she wants to do. And she wants to hold your hand and just let you know that she's swept this pathway. She's kept it nice and dry and clean. The rain is not going to pour on you. And what happened to her is not going to happen to you. And you know what that means, I think. So take care and thank you so much for coming in, Patricia. It's been wonderful to speak to you. If you want to get a hold of me again, then you can always go to my website, which is gracedestiny.com, and you can have a fuller, longer reading if you want. We can do that on FaceTime or Skype or whatever. But I do feel this is a very special time. You can't let go of it, and Spirit are with you. And Christina is with you. Shush, shush, listen to her. Maybe you've got to listen to me, who knows? But I'm just the person giving you that little bit of magical information to help you along the way. So there we are.
Thank you.
It was lovely to speak to you. Okay, best of luck. Best of luck. Be brave, be strong, and you won't ever fail. Okay. Right, so there we have.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Oh, that's my pleasure. My pleasure. And you too, Patricia, you too. That's how we demonstrate as psychic mediums a little bit of clairvoyance. So the ability to see what somebody's life is all about and to know almost immediately what's going on with them. And most people can do that to a certain extent. But usually once you've got to know somebody for a long period of time, with clairvoyance and mediums, it's almost instantaneous. And then we have spirit coming through as well, which was Christina. And thank you to Christina. It's a long way for spirit to come down. And I could feel that she was there. And I could hear this shush, shush, shush. And this was part of her message that she wanted to give across to Patricia. Part of that sense of what this connection is all about. We can't see them physically, those loved ones who are passed over. But once we go into spirit, it's a freedom that we don't have. We're not locked in anymore. And we can communicate, we can visit, we can see people, we can share that light and that love with our very special friends and our loved ones. And we can forge ahead a sort of contract between each other, where we're going to take care of each other. We're going to look after those in spirit and make sure that they've passed on to the right place, to make sure that they are still in that wonderful sense of bright light and, that freedom and wisdom as well, wisdom of learning. And also to take care of us, because we need it. We need our guides to just show us the way. Now I'm going to take another card now. Laurie in Delray Beach in Florida is next. Hello, Laurie, you're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you today?
I'm great. So grateful for this. How are you?
Yes, I'm really well, really well. So Laurie, that's a lovely name, very pretty, really pretty name. I'm taking you the first card from the tarot here. Now this tells me quite a lot about you straight away. And I feel as though you are moving forward, you're walking away from difficult times. And I think this is to do with work. I've got a load of work and burdens that you've had on your back in the past, recent past as well. And now it's just time to say, do you know what? I'm going towards something quite new, refreshing, and complete. So I think that you are being offered here a job or a role. It might be where you are at the moment, or it might be in your circumstances at the moment, which are changing, because this is a role where you will be given authority, you'll be given responsibility. It's the perfect sort of pitch for you, something that you would want to have. This is not a burden or a difficulty or a problem. This is a pleasure, an absolute pleasure for you to dream a little and make some dreams come true. And that's what I have you doing as well over the next year. You're making a lot of those promises, I suppose, that you made to yourself perhaps a few years ago. You're now going to make them happen. So there's wishes and dreams that are coming true. Now, you've got the 10 of Cups here. This is a wonderful card for you. I've just drawn out of the middle of the deck. And this is really saying to you, this is what your dreams are going to be made of. And October, being the 10th month of the year, will be your time. So it's your timescale time to say, come on then, let's get going. You should have everything in place by October. And this is before to the winter, before we get to, wanting to hibernate and hide away and, be a bit like a squirrel and gather everything so that we can look forward to next summer. But this is not going to be that sort of winter for you. This is all about expansion, showing who you are, being brave to really show your face, which is lovely, by the way. I feel as though you've got a lovely, pretty, glamorous face.
Thank you.
I'm getting lots of compliments coming here from Spirit. So you must look really amazing. And that is where your face is going to shine. So October through to the spring, those months are going to be progressive. You're really out there. But between now and October, you've got a lot of work to do to really place yourself in the prominent position, prioritizing yourself to be at the forefront and to be able to communicate all of your ideas and all of your sensibilities to everybody around you, to everybody else. So it feels to me as though almost that you're being given an award or a very special role. Does that make sense to you?
I don't work. I've been a stay-at-home mom, but it resonates on a personal level of trying to get out of something and start new.
Yeah. The role, though, is bigger than that. So there is going to be a spirit are telling me this. So I know that it's there because I've got you being given awards and, like a big golden cup that you've achieved so much. So perhaps it's spirit that is doing that, is presenting you with this honor and this achievement that you've actually got through the worst of your endeavors. So you have to ready for October. So October is that turning point. And between now and then, it's only a couple of months, really, 2 or 3 months, you really have then got to put into practice some of your hopes and wishes and dreams. So whatever your circumstances are, who you want to be, who you've always wanted to be, and the role that you've always wished to take, you have to, because this is the first card that you had, and it's somebody walking away from you, somebody turning their back on you, and a level of distrust and a very unharmonious relationship that has to dissolve itself. And I said at the beginning here of the whole show that this crystal ball, the blue agate crystal is all about protection, resolving difficulties, and bringing in a new perspective for those that wish to engage in that level of spiritual protection. So I'm going to blow. There we are. We've got a wish for you. And there's another one, Laurie. Are you wishing to travel? Is there a plane that you're planning on getting on quite soon? It could just be a holiday, but I feel that you're going over water. Is that what you're thinking of doing?
Possibly going somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to.
You are, because I can see the plane in the sky. It's come from the crystal. Hopefully it's before October, because when you get to October, everything is going to change in a very good way for you. This is not going to be difficult, because we can see here, we've got these little factions that are showing in the crystal, the light and this lovely deep blue here. And this is you flying across the ocean, flying across the water, and you will be given that emotional protection as well. So whenever water comes into one of my readings, it's all about the emotion that's overflowing. But what the good news is for you is that you're able to really rise above it. You know, you can get past these difficulties. We already have, I think, in the main. There's not much now for you to accept or for you to choose. So let's just have a look at the rose quartz here. It's a beautiful, beautiful picture that I have of celebration and one of challenge that really does show that you are in control, you're in charge. Do you feel as though nobody loves you at the moment?
Always.
Okay. That's why I've got the hearts in spirit and the little cupids all around you. So you are loved. Those loved ones in spirit are coming forward. There's a male here that's standing right by you. I think it's your father, grandfather, very strong backs, tall man, giant of a man. Is that him? Is that your father?
No, my father's alive. Maybe my grandfather.
Was he tall and, big presence in his personality?
Huge presence, yes.
Okay. All right, it's him. He's with you. And he's going to show you the way, a guiding light. And that's what you have achieved today, knowing, coming onto our show, our Psychic Destiny show with Moonstruck TV, that you do have strong spirit guidance. So, Laurie, I wish you the very, very well. And remember October, your turning point. And thank you so much for coming in to the show.
Thank you so very much.
It's my pleasure. Best of luck to you, Laurie. And thank you to everyone as well. It's been wonderful sharing this time with you today. And don't forget to call in for your free reading demonstration from some of the top psychic mediums in the world. That's what we've got on this show. So A1R Radio, Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. I'll see you same time next week. Bye for now. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Judith Miller in Spirit with Judith Miller. Judith Miller. Live from miller-judith.com/Judith-Miller. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Judith Miller and Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone. Good evening from the UK, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Judith Miller, and I'm from the island of Ireland. So I am a physical medium as well as an evidential. And depending on the connection and their wishes of the loved one, I will do physical or just the evidential. But we're happy to see who comes forward and what they would like to do. I'm always very much spirit-led, and I believe it's about to allow, not control. We must allow. And when we allow, things happen so much quicker. So guys, I'm also I help spiritually with guidance, therapy, end of life. Anything that really involves working with spirit in the sense that they can help us in so many ways. We all have those guides. You have angels, you have guides, and you can use them. You can connect with them, you can talk with them, and you can get their help for anything that you need in your everyday life. And do you know what? It is so much easier. I'm an advanced life coach, but I specialize in the spiritual because it is so much more simpler, and it is such an easy way to help improve our life and that of those around us. So if I can help, I will certainly do so. But we will take call and we'll see what spirit is going to bring forward. But I do want to stress that you have that guide and you have that spiritual support for anything that's happening in your life. Spirit will help you. You just have to ask. Find a good coach, find a good mentor, and let spirit help you and guide you. Okay, so Stacey, I see that we have Stacey in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Yes.
Yes.
How are you, Stacey?
I'm good. How are you, Judith?
I'm very well, thank you. It's lovely to chat with you, Stacey. I hope you can understand my accent.
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, Stacey, would you understand that there's been a lot of struggles lately?
Yes, a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But there's a lady around you who's trying to help you. She tries to get your attention, and more so at night. But she's making me aware that you're sensing there's a change. You're sensing there's someone around. You see the little signs, or I want to say the energy. You feel the difference in the energy.
Yes, I'm starting to. Yes. I think I've been starting to feel it slowly over the past year at least, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, things can get quite confusing sometimes, Stacey. Sometimes you think you're there, and then it feels like things start to crumble a little bit. But I very much do want to say that you're a lot more spiritual than what you realize. And I want to talk about angels. Yeah, okay. So do you understand the lady in spirit is, I want to bring in mum's side of the family. The lady in spirit, I want to talk about a mother figure. Mum or dad, please. Mum, okay.
Yeah.
You mean,
yes.
Okay. And John, month, zodiac, or condition, please. And I want to talk about June. She's talking to me about the month of June. Hip hip hooray! She's just saying. So there's a birthday, or there's a celebration in June. I feel more of an anniversary.
I had a birthday in June.
Okay. Do you understand? I feel there's an anniversary in and around that time as well.
Yes, I don't remember who, but yes, there is.
Okay. So do you understand, Stacey? Okay. You have really good intuition, that gut feeling. But you don't trust yourself. You overthink and you don't trust yourself. I want to say sometimes you feel, although you might sense what you would like to do, you feel sometimes you're a wee bit smothered because you feel you have to keep other people happy, or in a way you put yourself last. So you put yourself last. The stress, we can deal with stress in many ways, and we can deal with it through meditation therapy or even working with our spirit team. And I do feel you're being nudged more and more to the spiritual for your own growth and for your own growing, to work with your own spirit team. And I want to talk about, there's a guide around you. I want to talk about the name Nigel. Okay. He's smiling. Okay. Nigel is from 1800s. Okay. Link in with Nigel. Remember his name. Your guide is we've many. Remember his name, Nigel, 1800s. And he's just said Bairn. There, I want to say Scottish. There's a Scottish connection also with this Nigel. So we can research.
1800?
Yes, 1800.
Okay.
And he talks about like a bairn, as in a baby, as in a bairn. I want to bring in the Scottish. He's going to work with you, Stacey. He's going to work with you. The awareness is going to start opening up more. Your dreams is getting more vivid. So they are. So if you could keep a journal, you're going to help yourself. You're going to help yourself massively on your own spiritual journey, working with your spiritual team. And I want to say the lady mum in spirit, she's quite excited because you'll also be talking to her directly. So you will. A lot of our loved ones like to come forward to reassure us they're okay. But also when we begin our spiritual journey, they're one of the first ones to come forward and say, I'm still here. I can still help you. And look, it's okay. So if you aren't meditating yet, Stacey, I would honestly say to you to meditate, because we can connect in with spirit in so many ways. Or sit, get a pen in your hand, just relax the mind, close your eyes. It will be messy. It's fine. Let it be messy. Just put the pen in your hand, set the intention, and just ask them to give you the information, to talk to you. Those thoughts, they won't be your thoughts coming forward. Write them down. And you're going to start spirit writing. You're going to connect in with this Nigel. Again, I have to tell you, the Nigel. Address him by his name. He's given you his name. Address him by his name. I want to say also, they're also talking about, if you have done any meditation therapy, it's a good, fantastic way to start. We can also do meditation therapy for past lives, for connection with our loved ones, or connection with our spirit guides. And I feel very much, I want to say to you to consider meditation therapy. Because when we start putting the pieces together, our life and this life, it starts to make sense. See all those worries and the struggles and the different things that cause us the fear, the stress, the anxiety, the unknown in this life. a lot of it stems from other lives. A lot of it stems from pieces of healing that we've never really understood, or that we've carried forward but never healed. But we can change our life in this lifetime massively just by understanding what has happened in the past, because we're then breaking that cycle. And I feel that there's a lot of cycles being broken with you, Stacey.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of endings, but I want to say there's also a lot of new doors opening for you. And I feel very much you will be pushed out of your comfort zone. But I would recommend go for it, because our journeys is the most amazing journey. And when you have when you gain that support, your support's there. It's just believing in ourselves and knowing that. But the one thing I feel that the lady is making me stress to you, Stacey, is when I'm talking about believing in yourself, she's making sure she stipulates that there's nobody any better than anybody else, and you compare yourself to other people, and you're quite critic of yourself. And it's really important that she reiterates that there is no hierarchies, there's no levels. You know, I'm Judith, you're Stacey. There's nobody any better or can do anything any better than anyone else. Whether you're a millionaire, whether we have not a penny to our name, we are all love and we are all equal to each other. And it's understanding your worth, Stacey. It's understanding your worth.
Yeah, well,
and you struggled with that.
Yeah, I've struggled with that for as long as I can never remember.
Yeah, you've really struggled with it, but I feel that is very much going to change. The lady's saying to me, yes, it is going to change. There is new beginnings coming for you. And I also want to say, to do with a job, there's going forward, there's changes. And I also want to say that there's a group. I feel that there's going to be a connection with a group. Sometimes the endings can be overwhelming, but if we try to look at it in a positive way, every change and ending has a positive. It's like the polarity, the plus, the minus. We either look at the negative side of it, or we can look at the positive. Personally, I always, every night, when I say my prayers, I give thanks and gratitude for my blessings, but also for those hard lessons, because those hard lessons is when you're growing. And sometimes we have to go through the experience to grow from it. And I feel that's what's happened with you. You've went through quite a lot of life experiences, and sometimes it's felt never ending. But I do want to say, going forward, there's big changes there, and you're going to put those lessons into play. There's also a male in spirit, not your guide, Nigel, but there's a male coming forward. He's got a moustache. He's showing me himself in and around 40s, but I don't feel he passed at that age. Just our loved ones like to sometimes send us or let us see a time in their life when they were really happy. But I want to talk about a barn and haystacks, and I feel going back, I want to say I want to be out in the country. Either he worked out in the country or he lived out in the country area. But I feel that this was very relevant to him, and I want to go back to kind of childhood for you. Would that be correct, sir? Childhood for you, for Stacey? Yes. Okay, so he's just said to me about the grapevine. So I want to let you know that coming forward, there's a lot of stepping stones, little steps. The more you can see them as positive, even though some might feel a bit weary, and you think, gosh, what next? Trust.
Yes.
trust, because when we allow, that's when the magic happens. When we try to control the outcomes, we're really blocking it, and we're kind of putting the brakes on. So I want to say, see those thoughts, those ideas, those seeds that you're creating, keep planting, keep believing, because they are going to come through to fruition for you. And I want to do life's going to go full circle for you in a very positive way. But I also want to say you'll be helping people spiritually also.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel a lot is going to be changing like with that. And I've been hoping, I guess, and thinking it was going to, but
believe in yourself.
Just noticing a lot difference in the last few months, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes change, we look at change and it scares us. But if we can look at change and think, okay, I trust whatever's ahead has a positive and it is the best outcome for me, because this is what's going to change in a good way for me. We create what we think, and it's very true. And I have to say, those seeds that you're planting, they're all going to start coming to fruition. Just trust and allow, Stacey, because if we try to control how the outcome, how they develop, then we're stopping watering them. We're stopping to water them. So the one thing I do want to say is, remember, the grass is always green where it's watered. Okay? That's very relevant for you. Forget about everybody else and trust that that you are going in the right direction for you, and that you are as equal to everybody else, and see that self-worth. Know that you are beautiful inside and out, and you don't need to compare yourself to anybody, because the light shines from you. Okay?
Okay.
Listen, you take care, Stacey, and it was so lovely to chat to you. But I feel that
I appreciate it so much.
You're very welcome. I do feel I will find you somewhere along your spiritual journey, and I'm quite happy for you. Be excited, because it's a beautiful journey to be on. You're most welcome.
Oh, I'm
Lizzie.
So glad.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.
Take care. You're most welcome. God bless.
You too. Thank you.
You're grand. So, guys, sometimes we get that inner knowing, and sometimes believing in ourselves is actually the harder than asking for others to believe in us, because we tend to look for the outside gratitude. We tend to look for the people that we feel that we need to please. We feel sometimes that we need other people's approval. And really, as we go through life, many people will come into our life and many people will leave our life for many different reasons. Some will come and teach us something, but we will also teach them something as well. And everybody who comes into our life, we've had a spiritual connection with. We have crossed paths with. There's no coincidence. Everything is synchronized. Everything is interlinked in this world. From us to the people we connect with, to the people we cross paths with, whether it's virtual, whether it's physical. We help each other. And I always say, we're perfectly imperfect, because we have to learn to look in that mirror, my accent. We have to learn to look in that mirror and know that none of us is a finished product. None of us is perfection. We are all perfectly imperfect. And that's okay, because life is to be learned, is to be discovered. And when we don't understand, sometimes we are encasing ourselves. We're enclosing ourselves into that cage when really we should be unlocking that cage, and we should be trusting in our own inner spirit, our own gut feeling. And we all have it. You have it. Every single one of us has it. And to trust it, because if you're not communicating and connecting with your spirit guides, they're communicating with you through that intuition. And if I would like to be an ambassador for anything, it is to tell you that you are as important as the person down the street. You are as important as the person in the White House, the person in Buckingham Palace. It doesn't matter who you are. You are as relevant and as important. They have the same problems. We all have the same problems. I was a mother, had teenagers. I went through that stage pulling my hair out. But at the same time, I'm so grateful that I had my beautiful daughters. And likewise, I have a family who maybe doesn't understand everything that I do and my passion, but they support me. But the difference being is I learned other people can't make us happy. They can support us, but they can't make us happy. Only person that can make us happy is ourselves. And we have to believe in ourselves. So look in that mirror and smile and give yourself love, because we give everybody around us so much love, so much time, but we tend to not include ourselves in that. And we have to acknowledge ourselves, because within you is your spirit. Whether you're spiritually awakened or whether you just love to come on and have readings done, or you follow it in a slightly different way, you have a spirit of light within you. And you have an amazing spirit team all around you. And I always say, everything I do, I include spirit, because I'm only a small part of the team. I have a whole team around me, and so do you. And I always believe we should always give spirit their place, and we should always acknowledge, because I am passionate about helping people understand their spiritual journey. I'm passionate about giving those messages from loved ones who that comfort they really need, or that physical interaction once more. And we can physically interact with our spirit team. We can physically interact with our loved ones in spirit. We just have to allow. It's down to that trust. And spirituality is very much changing. We have evolved. Spirit has evolved we can do things that people would have said, you can't do that, but we can. And we can do telepathy. We can physically interact with our loved ones in spirit. We can ask for signs. We can go contact them for spiritual therapy, I call it. So they can help us with specific situations in our life. They can even help us if we're moving house, if it's financial, if it's emotional, if it's physical. It doesn't matter, because a lot of our spirit team are a lot who we were. Those cycles, when we look in the Bible, we see the different characters in the Bible coming forward. And I always say the Bible is the book of holy codes. It's there to guide us, to teach us. So when we look, it's all cycles. Our life is cycles. And all those who, not all, some aren't of this world. But they guide us. And when we connect in with spirit, we're connecting into another part of us. When we connect into our ancestors, we're connecting into another part of us. And you were never put on this earth to be poor. You were never put on this earth to struggle. We might have to go through different lessons to understand the outcomes, but you were put on this earth to make a massive difference for other people and yourself. And if I could give you one bit of advice, is know that you are worth all that you could possibly think of, all. So I do want to talk about the meditation therapy, because a lot of people struggle with stress. A lot of people struggle in life. You know, they have worries, they have concerns. Our natural instinct is to try and control the outcome to make things better. When we ask, I always say, ask, believe, and you will receive. And it is very true. We might not receive in the way that we've envisaged that, or that we think we were going to get it, but it will always be given. And I can honestly say, I was very much put out of my comfort zone many times with my spirit team. I do a lot of lives. I do my TikTok. I am on another spiritual chat show, Sparkle of Light spiritual chat show on a Tuesday night after this. But I always say that, you know, when we go out of our comfort zone, we're growing, and that growth is massive to us. And sometimes we don't take the time to stop and look back and think, look what I've achieved. Look how I got there. And please know that you have got there the whole way with your spirit guides and your angels. You might not have realized, but you have never been alone, and they're always there with you. They're your biggest cheerleaders and your biggest fans, and they will teach you everything that you could possibly know. Just trust, and know that they're with you 24/7. 24/7. You're never, ever on your own. So I do look forward to chatting to you next week. And I hope to see some of you on your journey and working with spirit. They have a lot to share.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. Thank you for joining me today. And you can find me at my website at www.readingsbydiane.com. on YouTube at Readings by Diane, on Instagram at Readings by Diane 603. And I also have a Buy Me a Coffee. If you like what you're hearing, you want to support me, you can go over there. And that is also at Readings by Diane. So, not a whole lot new going on around here at this point. So today, just hot. It's hot. Summer has definitely come in, and it is hot and muggy. And apparently ragweed season must be starting early because my allergies have been flared really bad. And the bugs. Anybody else experiencing really bad bug season this year? We have the biting, like the deer flies and the horse flies. There's two different kinds. They're big and they sting when they bite. Oh my goodness. And they're everywhere. They're horrible. I don't know why they're so bad this year. What triggered that? I don't know if it's because of the late snowstorms. I have no idea. I just know I've never, ever, ever had a summer this full of bugs. I can't go walking. It's miserable out there. I keep trying to go out and take a walk, and I'm getting chased back home by the bugs. So if you are also having a really bad bug season this year, I'm sorry. I feel your pain. I literally feel your pain. It's bad. And even the stuff I use that usually repels all the bugs isn't working. These things are just impervious. So because of the allergies in my throat, I'm drinking a little tea today to kind of keep from getting too frogged up. And hopefully that works. So looking forward to today's show and to seeing who we've got for me today for a reading. Oh, and the dogs, they're miserable too. Like they don't even want to be out there. So it's hot, it's muggy, it's buggy. They're not happy campers with it either. German Shepherds love the winter, hate the summer. All right, and I've got Heather in Canada. Hello, Heather.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. Do you guys have a lot of bugs up there right now too this year?
We do. The mosquitoes are ridiculous.
Oh, I'm so lucky. Not the mosquitoes here, but those flies are just, it's just as bad.
Yes, we have horse flies that bite crazily.
Oh yeah, that's these. We've got two, like I said, two kinds. Deer flies and horse flies. They're big, they're nasty bites. Oh, anyway, what can I do for you today, Heather?
I'm just wondering if you have any insight. We have a family situation, a little bit of drama going on, and I'm wondering whether there's anything you can tell me.
Okay, let's try to frame that into a question for the cards for me. Is there a particular outcome we're looking for with this or something, or just to see if it's going to resolve peacefully, or what would you like to know?
Yes, if it will resolve peacefully.
Okay. And are there a lot of players in this situation or just a couple?
A lot.
Okay, just wondering because I could get a lot of people cards. And I'm hoping I actually get things that aren't as people-y, just because it'll give me more about the energy. So all right.
There's some outside players kind of thing that are just in the background, but there's a few main players in the situation.
Okay. And family dramas are they're no fun. Oh.
Yes, not good.
All right. Let's see what I can glean from the cards regarding how this is going to turn out. All right. So, the first thing that I have here, so I feel like this is something old that may have been put to rest in the past, that has been like stirred up again. And
kind of.
Yeah, somebody for some reason kind of had to spread this, and make it grow. And I feel like trying to divide people away from each other, like they're trying to divide at least one person, if not multiple people, or one part of the family off from the rest of the family.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right. And then with the 8 of Cups and the 9 of Coins here. So the 8 of Cups shows me basically, that there's a lot of players involved here. This would definitely be like a big group. 9 of Coins, I feel like somebody's going to bridge between the factions. So if somebody hasn't already started to make peace, I feel like somebody is going to. So there's going to be at least, I don't know if that's you or if that's somebody else in your family that is going to do that, especially since next to that I have the 6 of Coins, which shows me people gathering around in a conversation. Okay. So I really do feel that between these two, the 9 of Coins and the 6 of Coins, there is going to start to be this bridge, and then the 6 of Cups comes after that 6 of Coins. I have a lot of sixes here, and you'll see why I say that in a moment. But there are going to definitely be some emotional choices people have to make here. There may be some separation. There may be some people who do have to kind of go off and leave the group per se. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Then we get the 8 of Swords. And so with the 8 of Swords, there's still, I feel, going to be some lingering pain that keeps some people kind of stuck in this, or somebody is staying stuck in this. And it's probably the person, because it mirrors the Judgment card. I'm going to say it's this person who had to bring it back up in the first place. Okay. But the reason I said there were a lot of sixes, because then of the surprise or shadow cards from the bottom, the first one is the Lover's card, which again is echoing these choices. Sixes are always about, like choosing where we're going, choosing paths. And so I feel there's somebody definitely going to have to make a decision that's really kind of stuck in the middle of this whole thing. Okay. And they're going to have to choose sides. There's going to be no way around it. All right. But the 5 of Swords does show the breaking through this, at least for some of it, because we went from 8 to 4 on the outsides here with this sword breaking up through it. So I feel the stress and tension is going to lessen. Some people are going to have to make some decisions. You may have to make some decisions too. People are, kind of going to have to choose. I feel like choosing a side. Like this isn't, I feel like it's not going to fully resolve, but there's going to be some peace made by people choosing sides and then kind of a parting of the ways. Saw that too with that 6 of Cups. I kind of saw like a breaking into two factions that, may just kind of each go their own separate ways, and there just won't be a lot of contact anymore. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's what I was really kind of feeling because of all of that choosing that I was seeing. Okay. Yep, and so I'm going to pull a couple of oracle cards here for you to see what else Spirit wants to say about this. Get extra nuances sometimes here. Yeah, sometimes, sadly, things can just never be the same,
Yeah, I hear you.
So obviously, somebody was still holding on to something that they felt just they had to bring up. And so I feel some are going to side with that side and some are going to go with the others. And I am definitely going to say that the Oracle cards echo that, because we start here with exchanging gifts. So the first thing, again, I'm going to kind of say that peacemaker and that conversation around the 6 of coins that I saw. I do feel there is going to be a conversation exchange.
There definitely will be. Yeah.
Between worlds, again, the transition, but the never ending story. So I don't feel, again, that this is going to have a good peaceful resolve. I feel there's going to be kind of a parting of ways, but the surprise card at the bottom, clean it up. So this is going to kind of clear things, and in the end, all's going to work out the way it needs to. Okay, Heather? So hang in there.
Okay.
Hang in there through it. All right.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your words.
All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Bye. So, yeah, sometimes situations don't always end up working out as peacefully as we would wish. But, when you're dealing with family, sometimes you just can't, because everybody cannot sit down and completely agree. We can listen to everybody, hear them out, but sometimes you're just not going to get two different sides to see each other's point of view. And, the cards reflect that very accurately. Like, there was no fairy tale in there, I'm very known for that, for the fact that my readings spell things out the way that they are and give realistic outcomes. I don't lie, I don't spin fairy tales. And sometimes it just has to be what it has to be, and it is what it is. And with that, I wish everybody a really great week. I will see you all next Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my new show time at 10 p.m. on Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, that is. I'm excited to be here like I always am. And I am in Dayton, Ohio, and I am not enjoying the really hot weather that we have right now. It is ridiculous out here. It's been the 90s And I much prefer Ohio to be cooler. There's a reason why I live in the north. I like cool weather. We are on the precipice of the solstice. The summer solstice is here, and the summer solstice is the longest day of the year. So it's when the day that we will have the most light. So it is time for you to embrace the light that is in your life, because we are going to be stepping into shadow season after this. So that means it's going to be time for us to start looking at all the difficult stuff that we have been through, our traumas, our pains, our discomforts, and to embrace them and find the light and the wisdom in the very difficult things that we have been through in our lives. There's always a lesson for the things that we have experienced. And have we been wise enough to ask, what is the lesson? When you get the lesson, you no longer have to repeat them over and over and over. So if you are one of those people who says, why me? That is why. You haven't found the lesson and what it is that you need to know. So it's really important to start asking, what is the lesson? Help me to get this, because I don't want to repeat this anymore. So with that, I want to welcome Gina in Denver. Hi, Gina. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good.
How may I be of service to you this evening?
I was wondering about relationship.
Okay, and what would you like to know about relationship?
Might come through.
I'm sorry?
And see if my son was going to be able to come through. My son passed, and it's been hard for me.
In March of this year?
Are you still there?
Yes, I was asking you in March of this year, because you said in March, right?
No, March is my birthday, but my son passed in February.
Okay, thank you. And so you were asking about relationships as well?
Yeah, just see if my next one's gonna work out finally.
Okay. All right. So, all right, Spirit, Mother, Father, God, thank you very much for this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Gina today. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossed over loved one, ancestor, spirit, guide, spirit, animal. So please come through with messages for Gina in her highest good. Amen. Just as any mother would be, the Spirit is showing it to me as though there is a feeling of being lost, and I don't understand, and I don't know why things had to happen the way that they did, and I'm just trying to make sense of everything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I don't know how you understand this, but I'm being drawn right into my heart and something not working the way that it needs to. So I don't know if that's what he passed from, but I'm being taken right into the center of my chest and things not functioning in the way that they are supposed to. And it is important for you to know that it is not the length of the life that was important. It was the time that we had together. And so there is a beautiful and wonderful thank you and a love and a hug and a kiss from the other side to say, I want you to know that you are not alone. I am still around you. And they show themselves to me as a cherub, as though they would, a little cherub that would fly around you to let you know that you are not alone. And I am getting the feeling of like little butterfly kisses all around my face. So very tender, very gentle kisses so that you know that you are not alone, that he is still coming around to visit you. And that butterflies are also important because those are about transitions. And it's important for you to know that from his point of view, the transition for him was beautiful. I know that that might seem strange, especially for the person left behind, but he sees it as being able to welcome in the light and the shifting of life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What I am being asked to say is we did the best that we could with the time that we had. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's an acknowledgement that things were not always perfect, but what is perfect? And so it's important for you not to dwell on what you could have done differently, how you could have done things. And he's asking for you to come to a place of acceptance and love, knowing that he is in a very happy place. He is doing very, very well. And he also wants the same for you. He does not want you to feel like life is always going to be difficult. Life is always going to be unfair. Because he shows it to me as though you've been through a lot of things in your life where you feel like life can be really unfair. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
He says that he would like for you to embrace the light. And when I see embrace the light, it's embracing spirit and embracing all the things that spirit can do for us so that we don't have to sit in the consistent pain and discomfort of how things have always gone wrong, but looking at, okay, maybe I wasn't ready for this or maybe I wasn't ready for that and something wasn't good for me. And now I need to accept. Yes, thank you very much. He's saying it's important for you to accept that you are beautiful and that you are wonderful and that you are a very loving person and that it's time for you to start trusting that the person who comes to you will treat you with the same love and respect that you would give to them. Because he shows it to me as though you would have accepted less than what you would have deserved in prior relationships. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And he says, I want you to know that you deserve so much more. I want you to go for the gusto, go for everything. And I want you to sit down and tell God exactly what you want in a relationship. And sit down and look at, these are all the things that I thought I was attracted to, and this is what it got me. And then looking at how can I do things differently, asking different questions. And I don't know why that's important, but he's very clear in asking different questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect. He says, yes, knowledge is power. And the more the better choices you'll make. Trusting and believing that you are a beautiful, loving human being, that you deserve to have everything that you want. And don't look at how you can serve this other person in the relationship. Look at how you can balance each other. What can you bring me that will enhance my life rather than how can I adjust myself to fit into this relationship that probably wasn't meant for me to begin with. So it's really important that you look at what you have to offer, value yourself and what you have to offer someone else. Know that you do not have to walk alone, but you also don't have to be in a relationship where you are not valued and where the words that are spoken to you are not sour, where they are with love and they are with sweetness. And that is going to help you to find the sweetness in life again. So I don't know if you have diabetes, but he's showing me needing a sweetness in life. And he says that he's handing me like a bouquet of flowers that I'm supposed to give to you. And they look like pink roses to me. And he wants you to know how much he loves you and that he comes around you. And he just keeps showing me butterflies. So I don't know if you see butterflies, but he's showing me butterflies. He also wants me to acknowledge, he keeps talking to me, pointing to me to tattoos. So I don't know if you or someone you know has gotten a tattoo of him or thought about getting a tattoo of him, but he's talking about one. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Perfect. So this is how you know it is a validation for you that he is there and he is watching you and he's watching over you. Okay, yes, I will. He says, she doesn't feel me when I'm around. She doesn't think that I visit her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sometimes I do, though.
He says he's talking to me about your dreams. So I don't know if you've seen him in dreams, but if you have, those are called visitations. And he's talking to me about being able to give you that last hug so that you know how much he loves you. He says he's showing me having a conversation where we don't always share everything that's on our minds, and to know that as far as he's concerned, he wants you to know that there's nothing left unsaid between the two of you, and not to hold on to anything that you may have wanted to change or shift, because he is doing very, very well. And that's all he wants for you, is to also thrive and feel really good about life and moving forward, doing all the things that you know are best for you, and embracing life with all the gusto and all the love that you have to offer, because you are an amazing human being and he's so proud of you, and he is so grateful for the time that you had together, that you were his mom, and that the two of you went through so much, and he just wants to say thank you to you.
Well, thank you, I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gina, for being on the show. I am so, so grateful. And thank you to all of you for watching me and catching me at my new showtime. I am so grateful. Thank you from Dayton, Ohio, and I hope all of you have an amazing summer solstice. Have a good night.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start at the top with the astrology from in the big picture. I got to start with the retrogrades because they pack a bit of a powerful punch. We've got 2 planets joining Pluto in a retrograde, all going to the final degrees in a sense of their sign. We have 2 more planets by August joining them. Where do I begin with this energy, people? So I'm in Winnipeg. It's like a stormy day right now, so I'm feeling a bit stormy, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I'm teasing a little bit, but it is interesting energy. And so Saturn, which governs structures, Pisces, which governs the psyche, the psychedelic, the psychic, and we have a powerful new moon in Cancerian showing up, and it's really that dark night of the soul, emotional, really going within, and in the last, I got to say, even in my own life, last 24 hours, it's been a kind of a crazy ride of lots of other people's drama. And I'm like, just trying to mind my own business. And so it's an interesting emotional, mental, structural things coming back, old power struggles, things that you can clear up, fix up, karmically pay off your debt, or just say heck no. So it's kind of up to whatever's coming back into your world. And that could be past relationships, jobs, people, houses, could be events, things that are coming back. And it's gonna sort of deepen into the 5th of July with that new moon. And then the corresponding Capricorn full moon, which is joining with Pluto at 29 degrees, which is really about clearing up some karmic emotional debt. So let's cover this with signs. Aries, sun, moon, rising. Again, listen to all three if you know them. And I'm using traditional Western astrology. I prefer whole health astrology, sidereal as well. But let's get into it. Aries, sun, moon, rising. Be careful of scandals. Be careful of being scandalous. I guess that's your MO though, for Aries, that you guys could be kind of like that. And that if you have any setbacks coming, they could be a bit unexpected. They could also the delay could provide you an advantage. And so whatever that delay or the recognition of what was being said maybe wasn't, maybe that's part of the scandal, people making promises they don't keep, people not following through on commitments that they've made, maybe you're getting ghosted, maybe there's all those kind of energies that surround some of this stuff. And I just say, let it roll like water off your back. Keep your plans flexible and flowing. Really get out there and enjoy the day-to-day tasks, getting around, things like that, because it can feel a bit like people are maybe trying to create some gossip or scandals, particularly in the work environment. Keep an eye out for that. Okay, and then we go into Taurus, sun, moon, and rising. Taurus, we've got a resurgence of things. You are feeling a bit revived, maybe getting back to your old self. Maybe you're like, nothing's knocked me down. I can keep going. And you might, and you've really probably tried to resist the temptation to give up in a lot of ways. And I just feel like things that have felt like heartache or difficulties, things that you've abandoned in the past, I feel like you could have opportunities to right some wrongs on behalf of others or yourself, of past abandonments, feeling abandoned at work, feeling abandoned by friends, feeling abandoned by different people. And I feel like you are going to have a chance to really address that and rectify that over the next 10 days or so, 2 weeks for sure. Okay, Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Geminis, remember to laugh, remember to play, remember to be playful. You might feel like things have been getting really serious in your life, and it's going to be time for you to play. And just, it's time to put things into trust, meaning that not just trusting people and trusting yourself, but also lining up things for your security, your money, your finances, getting documents, estates, plans, things that you're going to get into order. And that could be house papers, mortgages, anything where there's a commitment to your security. And this is an area for you that you're really going to find that it's going to go a long way for you, providing you relief, providing you a sense of security, a sense of safety, which is going to just go a long way for you to be able to let loose and go have some fun over the summer. Okay, Cancerians, boy, sun, moon, rising. I guess with this new moon, this is really a big reset button for you in a lot of ways about where you're going to put your time, energy, effort. No more people who drain you. You might be really just standing up for yourself and saying, I'm not going to, run around for people who are draining me if they're not going to reciprocate. And you could have had a bit of a disillusionment with people over the last while about what their commitments really are. And maybe they're not shoring up them. Maybe they're not reciprocating all those times you've been there with them. This could be a time of shrinking your commitments, shrinking efforts that you've been putting out there and really drawing them back to yourself and calling back your power in a big way. And certainly this new moon on July 5th will be a really powerful one for you guys in terms of some deeper resets. coming for you. That you're able to really know where you want to lay your effort and time. Okay, Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, be careful about letting your inner roaring kitty cat come out, I guess. You could feel really triggered by other people's behaviors, energy. You could feel kind of triggered by how people are coming across. So I feel like this is an interesting little turn of events, only because I keep freezing up with the feed. Part of it is that there's some serious thunderstorms that we're in the middle of all this electrical activity that's going on. And so if I keep cutting out, sorry, it's the will of the lightning. I have to surrender to it. Okay, and so I'm going to move on from Leo, Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising. We've got needing nourishment. What is feeding your soul, Virgo? What is it that you need? You can't spin your wheels too much longer. You can't keep going at full steam ahead, spinning your wheels trying to please everybody. You're going to have to figure out what is actually going to be nourishing for your soul and what do you need. And start consolidating those resources. Consolidate your time, your effort, your money, consolidating what you have, because I feel like this is going to be a time where you're going to really think about what's important to you. That maybe you're going to also address some of your vices. And so this will also come up for Virgos as well, really trying to better themselves in some way, be a better version of themselves. Maybe this is something that they've had on their mind for a while, but the power of the planets are behind you. Okay, and then we go to Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, I feel like this is a time to turn away from anything that you've been a bit fearful about. This is a time to sort of just trust the universe. This is going to be a time for the next 10 days or so where you might feel imposter syndrome. You could feel like you're out of your comfort zone. You could have offers, opportunities, flattery. Maybe your crush is like, hey, finally coming around. And you could be feeling a bit, oh my, I wasn't prepared for this. Or, oh, this means so much more if I accept this offer or if I take this opportunity. Know that they are good opportunities. They're always, I feel like in the next while going to be in your greatest good. And so it's going to be a time for you to really going to have to conquer that imposter syndrome. You're going to have to conquer your fears about things, your suspicions about things. So you're going to have to be on top of that, Libras, because it's going to feel a bit like this is too good to be true. And so, I don't know, I say roll with it a little bit. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising. If I think of Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, this is going to be a time of renewal. This is your Phoenix time. You're going to be rising up, particularly around your health, your well-being, your physique, your physical being in itself. Now, that can include your financial security, your home, those types of things. And women around you. You could find lots of empowerment and things with women around you that feel quite camaraderie, support, and that you could be that person as well. Sagittarians, Sun, Moon, and Rising, being pliable, being flexible, being available, being present. You even might find that you're going to be able to anticipate people's needs. You're going to have a bit of prophetic extra sensory going on where you're going to be able to really jump ahead, think ahead, relate ahead in a big way. And so be careful for any impressibility or really bringing on other people's emotions and stuff, that this is something where you want to flow the energy, you don't want to hang on to it. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising, this is a time for you to use your might, use your strength, shine your light. Don't be shy. You've got these powerful new moon re-energizing your house of partnership and really looking at the shadow side of things in relationship. And you've got two powerful full moons really shedding light on all facets of your personality, emotionally and spiritually. And I feel like this is a time where you could move up the hierarchy. You could become an advocate. You could be recognized in your community. You could have you could be poised to stand on the shoulders of giants. That's kind of nice stuff. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, and Rising, relationships come into the forefront. and that this is going to be a time that maybe you're making new friends, meeting new people, meeting new acquaintances, getting involved in new circles or groups, finding a really great time of creation. And that could be creative ideas, projects, logic, plans, a new way of looking at things. And you could be taking on new creative endeavors, which might absorb you and connect you to new circles of people. Then Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We finally get to our Pisces. And this is going to be a time of meeting and resolving and discussing and communications and coming together. And it's going to feel refreshing. And you could be a time where you're really connecting with your tribe of people, your like-minded people where you really feel a good sense of belonging. It could be delightful light romances coming through those avenues. You could be connecting with old friends, old lovers, things that pleased you from the past. You've got sort of a no-hold-barred. So if you make a chocolate cake, don't eat the whole chocolate cake. There's no adults around to parent you on that. You might find that you can have some wild abandon with stuff, and be mindful about that, because it could be a really enjoyable spiritual kind of time, but it could also be a time of excess. And so just keep that in mind, Pisces. Sun, Moon, Rising. Excellent. Thank you. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'm going to go into my first reading, and we've got Mary in Hampton, New Hampshire. Hello, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
I am absolutely fantastic. My name is Bernice Bisson. I'm a psychic in Winnipeg. How can I be in service to you today?
No particular question, just anything you can pick up on this life and what's left of it.
Okay, let's explore. Let's explore. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, that's it. Just what I have to look forward to. And
okay, Mary, what's the day and month of your birthday?
January 22nd.
Okay. You're right at that cusp of Capricorn and Aquarius. So I'm going to say you are going to have opportunities. So if I think between now and October, there's something very much about your mobility, your ability to get around. There's something that I feel like if I thought of your lower back, your hips, something where you just have to be really mindful about between now and October, and it could wind up where you need some sort of therapy, physiotherapy, something just to be mindful about. You might, in the next 3 months, feel, and that could be sciatic, you might be feeling a real need to pull back, and a need that you might wind up looking at focusing on family. And it could be their care, it could be their needs, it could be being pulled in different directions with that a little bit. And I just feel like there is, you could be sandwiched with different bits of news. So I'm going to say in the next 19 months or less, I feel like there's going to be an exciting news of a birth of a child. And I feel like it's a new generation, a new generation to a young adult around you. I also feel like there is the care or concern of someone's health, and that there could be just where you could be advocating for them, navigating it for them, bringing them to appointments. So if I just think about the day-to-day people, places around you, between now and October, these things are going to pop up. If I go to, I mentioned pulling back a little bit, and I feel like that could be with work in some way. And I mean, we are going into summer, so if that was like summer holidays, I guess that would make sense. But there's going to be an opportunity for you to pull back a little bit. And in terms of income, working, what you're doing, and that's even over the next 3 to 5 months. And even though you might have maybe less work to go to, you're going to feel busier than you ever did. You're going to feel like your days off might get filled up. Your time off or your time off work could get filled up pretty quick. with all kinds of stuff. And you'd be like, oh my gosh, I don't even need a job. I could like just do all my running around. It would feel like a full-time job. So there's a little bit of that that will be going on. There is the sorting, and this is very particular around the next 6 months or so. There's something getting sorted around finances and papers, finances, and that can include like a real estate transaction. And that there's something getting sorted out, and you're talking to another couple about it, and they could be like a sibling and their partner, or talking to like family. You'd be talking to them about it and sorting out some sort of in a good way. And I'm going to say that there's something that gets sorted out by June. So within a year, I'm going to say even by June of next year, there's something that gets sorted out in terms of finances, money, this property that feels quite like taking care of business, like things are getting taken care of. And I do think that there's something good about that. I even feel like it could even start to take motion in October going forward. There is some travel that's going to come for you that's going to bring you to a coastline. And if that's the Atlantic coast, I guess I would accept that. But there seems to be, and that could just be, it could be at least a day's drive. And that could be in July. It seems to be coming up even in the next 2 weeks about a little bit of travel that could bring you to the coast. The Atlantic coast. I don't know if it could be the Great Lakes, but I don't know. They're big. It'd be big. I would feel like it's the coast. I'm going to stick with the coast. I do want to go back to just talking about work for some reason. Maybe off. Can I ask you a question, Mary? Do you mind if I ask you something?
I don't mind.
Were you off work for a bit?
Yes.
Recent?
Several months.
Okay. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started back, but yeah.
Okay. Do you have holidays saved up?
No, I'm just working a part-time job.
Oh, part-time. Okay. Because I was going to say, this isn't full-time. And I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like, you're back at work, the full-time, part-time. I feel like it'll be pulled back. Like, yes, part-time. So part-time would make sense. I feel like you're going to have a lot of things going on where you're still going to feel really busy with that. And I just want to say there's something that gets sorted out even in the 5 or 6 months. There's some chunky money or something getting transacted around money, which feels very resolving for you. And it feels pretty good. Okay?
Okay, great.
Okay, that's what I see in the next little bit. Thank you. And thank you for calling into A1R Psychic Radio. And we'll chat again in future.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Let's go to our next caller. And I've got Denise in Memphis. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fantastic. My name is Bernice, and I'm here to be of service to you. How can I help you?
Yes, I had a question about as far as like my love life and job promotion.
Okay, love life and job promotion. Let's see what just shows up first. What's the day and month of your birthday?
September 8th.
September 8th. Okay. So I feel like 2024 and 2025, even starting your birthday coming up to your birthday in 25 is, I'm going to call it a golden year for you. And this is why. September 8th, you're in an 8. If I add your birthday together, it gives me your karma number. 9 and 8 is 17. 1 and 7 is 8. 8 is my whole point. 8 is strength. You're just headed into that life cycle. Your birthday coming up. This year and next year are very key in a couple of ways. The first way is that in your house of commitments and partnerships, which literally govern your love life, like your long-term game in your love life and your long-term game in career, you have a set of 6 eclipses. It'll be Virgo, Pisces, Virgo, Pisces, Virgo, Pisces, that will reconstruct your career and your love life. And for Virgos, you might have already had taste of this since your last birthday, but coming this birthday, you literally, once these planets in Pisces go direct in the fall, you'll have the south node of karma moving into your sign and something called the north node of destiny moving into your house of partnerships and commitment. Ooh, I like that. Because that whole piece,
I know, right?
Oh, I like that. No, I do. I'm a Virgo rising, and I'm like, ooh, because it brings new and unusual opportunities, and you've broken past karma around, fixer-uppers. You know what I'm saying? And and you're moving away from feeling the need to always fix up. You're a high-valued human, and you're looking at yourself in the new eyes. And so this next 18 months, 20 months, so your birthday in 2025 is really key to you coming into your own, your self-actualization, things you've been wanting to manifest. You've got some things to put into place. I'm going to start with your career. You've got a couple of things to put into place with your career. There could be a brand new job start or role start. If it didn't just happen since your birthday, your last one, there's something popping up for you by your birthday, and there's some sort of commitment for you that you might have had to look at some sort of education or training tied to your career, tied to what you're doing. And I feel like there is some really good news popping up between the late August and April around your career, around job, because I gotta be honest, I mean, for you, it's really about your independence and your freedom. Working in a place where you're able to self-direct, Typically, Virgos don't like to be bossed around. So it's,
no,
they like to be the
no, we don't.
And if you're able to work closer to home, more towards home, closer to where you live, I feel like this is going to be a big sort of priority. And that the more you can work independently, I feel like the happier you're going to be within your role. But there's something really quite good for you. And the other thing I'm going to say that just keeps popping up with me as I'm talking with you is that there's also something around you might work with in some way or attend to someone's elderly care, like elderly people. There's something about that that keeps showing up with you that you might wind up, I see you standing in an old folks home, but it's not for you. It's not you in the old folks home. It's you're visiting or you're there. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm going to back up a little bit so there's something kind of exciting between late August and October. I'm going to say August 27th to about October 26th, those dates. There's something important about solidifying your work. Something gets very solidified. You're getting a yes, you're getting some sort of go ahead. Then, like a go ahead, that it's stable, permanent, something important about that. And then in terms of your love life, I'm going to use the word unpredictable. And the reason I'm going to use that is because people that you might have known for a long time or that you've invested energy in could disappoint you, my girl. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They could disappoint you. I feel like people that you didn't realize were rooting for you are going to surprise you. So in these ways, I'll say this. I feel like you might have some surprise choices. There is a really strong water sign that keeps popping up and a really strong air sign that keeps popping up around you. And I feel like there's something that you emotionally have to really work out with this water sign. There's something that you have to really, it's about maybe there's a lack of compatibility in schedules, timing, or how one feels valued. And I don't know that, and I feel like there's this other person that pops up that, because I got to say, my little Virgos always have plan A and plan B. and you could be
yes.
You could be surprised at who pops up as plan B. Plan A, this water sign energy feels a bit complicated at the moment, and that is going to require some evolution of emotionally from them and you about what do you want, what do you value. Okay, and this is those eclipse. Sorry?
Oh, I was like, does that look like it's leaning more towards an X?
It could, but you've got some emotional things to work out, the structure of the relationship itself.
Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I am here to do a reading tonight. I hope that everyone is doing well and that everyone is feeling loved and safe and cared about. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And if you'd like to check me out, or if you like what you see, check me out on PsychicPaths.com or visit me on my website, Facebook. So today is Wednesday and we're going for Independence tomorrow in America. And so I hope everyone has a lovely holiday. I hope that everyone is being very, very gentle and kind to yourselves. This is very, very important. I hope that you're getting and giving yourself what you need. You cannot give from an empty bucket, an empty jar. And so you do really, really need to go ahead and be kind to yourself. whether for 5 minutes or one. All it takes is to be gentle with yourself. Sometimes we are harsher on ourselves than anyone else. And so maybe you can just look at that and tell yourself what you think of that. We have so many messages going on in our head, and most of them, from what I can tell, are pretty mean to the people ourselves, worse than anyone else. So if you can just be kind and watch your thoughts being directed at yourself, I think that things will get better. I think that's a positive direction. And as far as that goes, the mind is a powerful part of us. And so if you think something and you're dwelling on it, the universe is attracted to that and will give you what you've been dwelling on. So if you're dwelling on anything negative about yourself, that's what you're attracting. We have Jessica from Colorado. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. What can I help with tonight?
I was just kind of hoping for maybe a general reading.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit says.
Okay.
See if I got you. I'm trying to connect to you. Do you have a very energetic and positive attitude?
Most of the time.
It seems like you're very, very upbeat and optimistic, is what I'm sensing.
Yes, most of the time.
So are you busy organizing or are you moving? Because I see you organizing things.
Yeah, I'm refinishing a basement.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what Spirit says. So I getting the symbol of a tree branch. I'm quite not sure what that is. Are your parents alive?
Yes.
It seems like an ancestor is trying to say something, but in the most subtle of ways. You're blooming. For somebody on the other side, you are like a little plant and you're blooming to this ancestor. That is so sweet, but so subtle. It could have just gone over my head. Do you have a long family branch of your family? Because that's also what I'm getting. Like there's a long branch of your family.
I'm not sure. I only know my mom's side of the family, and it's pretty small. But I'm not sure about my dad's side at all.
Yeah, I'd look into that because it's showing a lengthy family tree.
Okay. And I actually have been doing some ancestry. So
have you? It seems like maybe this is what's kicking in, because it feels like a lot of the things that you're going through with your characteristics, your personality, and whatever is really in the DNA, is very much DNA connected with your family. And so I think some of your family is watching you do the genealogy and really No, that's what it is. You see the leaf. I seen a tree. and you're doing the ancestry stuff.
Yep.
Spirit has a sense of humor. They're gonna show me a leaf. So as far as your feelings, your emotions, and your thoughts, I'm getting from Spirit that you're holding on to something, like you're looking forward to something, and your thoughts are really manifesting it. Is there something special that you want in the next 3 months? Because Spirit is saying yes. Yes, there is. And that what you have manifested is coming, I would say, within the next 3 months.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what it is, but it's something connected to abundance. It's something connected to abundance. And maybe it isn't this moment, but it's not too far into the future that something will say, this is what I need. And so Spirit is telling me that when you come upon wanting something and wishing for something to be fruitful, that it's exactly what's going to happen. And Spirit is telling me that you have really, really good karma. You really have a good heart, and I sense that you've always had a good heart. It's almost like you were born knowing what goes around comes around, because that's how Spirit says you are.
I have always kind of thought that way, for sure.
It feels like that. It feels like you were maybe a child and an adult. Were you an adult child?
Yeah, kind of. And I was an only child, so I was always with my mom and her friends. And yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I get. Do you have anything specific you would like to ask me?
I don't think so. I've just kind of felt stuck lately.
You're gonna be okay. I feel like emotionally, and mentally and spiritually, things are going to be okay. And I think that's right, like next week. You might feel stuck, but it's going to be okay, and it's going to let go. It's like a dam breaking for you, because you have been stuck, it seems like. You just don't feel like it. You are kind of stuck. So it's going to work out. It's going to work out. Take a deep breath. You've only got a few more days to go with that.
Awesome. That's really what I wanted to hear.
Is that what you've been manifesting?
Maybe, actually.
Okay, well, I get from Spirit you're going to do good. You're going to break through this dam, and you're just going to go on and have a really wonderful summer.
Awesome.
Yes. All right, honey. Thank you so much for calling.
Much. Yes, have a great day.
You have a good night. Thank you, everyone, for coming and joining me and listening and calling. A1R Psychic Radio has the best readers, and I will be here next week. Please, everyone, take care of yourselves and each other. All right. Bye-bye.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights on A1R Psychic Radio. I am your host, Andrea Bacon. So today, before we start our spirit guide message, I want to share something with you real quick that I have available in my shop. So this is Mermaid Perfume Mist. And so as a lot of you probably know, plants and oils have a unique energy quality, and they can be used for personal transformation. So I make lots of perfumes and essences with it. This is mermaid spray, so it's really fun. It smells absolutely beautiful. The blend of oils that are in it, they're in a base of rosewater spray, and it's 8 ounces. And the oils are in it are blue lotus, which is amazing, sandalwood, Hawaiian sandalwood, frankincense, and vanilla. And my guys, my team, they give me like channeled information to make these sprays. So they give me the name, they tell me the oils to put in it, and it creates this amazing energy that you can spray in your aura. I have different like roll-on ones as well. It is available in my shop. The link is on my Facebook page. Okay, so for our message, we have from the Archangel Michael Oracle deck. We've got change is coming and the way forward is open. And when I was tuning into this, I was getting like a 6-month cycle. So some of you may have ended something about 6 months ago, last winter, early spring, something big like a relationship, a career, and also this could be starting something new, like going to school, training, certification, but whatever it is, I felt like it kind of put you in this energy of really kind of needing to take an overview of your life and make some big changes. And I feel like this really helped you in a lot of ways. And now the way forward is open. So keep that in mind over the next few months. Expect some big changes, and this is going to help you. Like I feel like it helped develop your spiritual abilities even more, and so that's going to do something for you, some kind of new path. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we're going to go take a caller. Judy, Nashville, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Great. And now, how can I help you today?
Just have had a lot going on in my life the last 6 months, and trying to see what my direction is that I need to be taking.
Sure. Let me tune in for you and pull some cards. So we'll get started with, I forget the name of this deck, but it's got a lot of really neat designs on it. Okay, so something in your environment is changing. It has to do with communication. We've got new beginnings and communications and having to do with something in your environment. So this could be something about you expressing yourself in a new way, unless you're actually in communication, but a new beginning is definitely here. This card gives a lot of energy having to do with your foundation, feeling safe, feeling abundant in life, feeling stable in life. So this is like something in your environment is going to be changing and bringing in more stability. You might be starting to see after this reading the number 33 a lot. Okay. So we have commitment. Oh my gosh, we have two cards that both say new beginnings, but they're not being really specific. So I just had to show you because when you watch this later, so you definitely have new beginnings.
I hope so.
Okay, and then we have prosperity coming out, and we were just talking about abundance and your stability. So deepen your connection with your higher self, your spirit team at this time. They want to bring something into you. It's requiring you to kind of get still and really like feel what's coming up. Sorry, my hair is in my way. Emotional desert. So in the past, I feel like there was not acknowledging your emotions in some way, and that affected your way forward. So, okay, something to do with your family tree and legacy. And yeah, I feel like you have this spiritual awakening coming in because we've also got animal totems coming up, spirit guides, and ascended masters. This feels like leaving the past behind, something to do with family. Okay, so this could be relationship or this could be birth family, and possibly connecting with past over loved ones is kind of also what I'm feeling. So I don't know if that's something you're interested in doing, like mediumship or developing that in any way.
I am. That's what I'm trying to decide. I did mediumship when I lived in Georgia, but I moved to Tennessee and I did nothing with it. I just stopped. And I'm trying to figure that out. If it's meant for me to get back into that or what.
I mean, it's coming up, and so always do what feels right for you, of course. Like if there's something telling you, not to, but I don't think that's probably the case. I definitely think especially it's coming up the reading, you have done this in the past and are thinking about continuing on. I say that's definitely confirmation to do that because we have yet another card. It says something new. And so it feels like something new pertaining to your psychic and spiritual abilities, connecting with loved ones, leaving certain things behind in the past, and growing this new path for yourself. I feel like this feels really juicy, enriching, something that's really gonna fill your cup up. Tapping also Akashic Records readings, is that something you've thought about doing?
That, and plus I'm also a healer. And I've taken courses and gotten my certifications in that. There's so many certifications I had, but I just came here and lack of self-confidence made me stop.
Yeah, so working on that solar plexus chakra and the throat chakra with communication coming out is going to help with that confidence. It's going to help you, develop that expression, the self-expression. But you definitely are able to do it. I feel like there's some type of change that brought in a bit of a spiritual awakening for you. And it's putting you on this path to do this possibly. And with all this prosperity, I would say that it's something that you definitely can do and get paid for as well.
Okay.
It's a matter of continuing developing it and building the confidence. Because even people who are very confident, it's still before you get those that strong foundation, and it can be scary because you don't know if what you're saying is really accurate, and there's no way to know it until after you've said it. But that's just a matter of practicing it and getting more used to it. A feeling like water, like spending time near water, that is really healing for you.
Okay.
And something about reading. I know you said you studied, but something about books, reading is coming up. Maybe you're also, what about like writing a book? Has that come up for you as well?
Writing has, yes. I was told to write a book a long time ago. Yes, writing has been something that has come up.
Okay.
On several occasions that I should. That I have an interesting background. And I'm the only one left now in my immediate family. My parents and my brother's gone, so it's just me. And then, I have a family, my family that I've created. But I just, I just want to help people.
Yeah.
I know that I can heal. I didn't know that that's what I was doing, but I know that I can heal. And people always say that they feel something about me, that they trust me, and that I kind of make them feel, I calm them. And I'm a wreck, but I calm them.
Yes.
And I just want, I'm sure I'm like anybody else. I just want to make sure that what I give to someone is what they need and can help them. I always tell them that if you follow the path that is laid out for you now, then that's one thing. But if you change the path, it's not going to go the way we've sat here and talked about.
Right.
You have to be kind of what the gift is. So, of course, you're reading me right now.
Right.
But I've been thinking very strongly about readings and healing. I think they both go together, but
definitely.
But I've taken the course in quantum touch. I'm certified in that, and I've taken courses for psychic development. I've done quite a bit of studies, but I've been here 7 years and I've done nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just froze. So, but I just feel like it's time. I wanted to make sure that what I was feeling was right, that somebody else could feel what I'm feeling.
Absolutely.
And that is time.
And I feel like you have a connection to Ascended Master Kuan Yin. There's that peaceful healing energy, and you can even, meditate, connecting with Kuan Yin. She's coming up for some reason in this, but I feel like you're headed into the light. You're headed, you're ascending up and being able to do this path now that's coming up for you. Continue to do chakra meditations, develop those chakras, and clear those chakras. If you can do it, even just like a few seconds at each chakra, if that's all you have time for, but try to do it every day if you can, because it really develops all of the things that you need to develop when it comes to all the clairs and the self-expression, the self-development and self-empowerment. That's gonna help you get over the hump and get you going. But yes, absolutely. I think that is the right path for you. It's a calling that I can tell that you have. So I hope this helps. Sending you lots of love, and I hope everybody has a great week. Thank you so much. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. So I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week with the planets, we do have a lot of positive aspects this week. The main two, or mainly one negative that we have is we do have a square with Mercury and Venus, square the nodes. That's going to be there on the 1st of July with the both of them. So with that, that's going to bring about thinking about your life destiny, thinking about where you're heading, thinking about you have the node is about your life lesson. So I see it as about destiny. But it's also, I feel like, where you feel secure, or a lot of questions about, life and why you're here. With Venus also squaring it, it's going to bring up about the financial issues and relationships as well, where you fit in with relationships around you. We do have Saturn that's going to be going in retrograde for me it's the 30th, for outside the world it's 29th, and that's going to be retrograding until November. You might feel like things are starting to slow down with that transit. I feel like it's going to bring up some problems or some issues for you to face with that too. Now, for the positives that we have coming up here, we do have Venus and Mercury trying Saturn with Mars sextiling Saturn here. That's going to, I really feel that brings back a lot of resilience. Saturn is problems, but when we have tries, it's like things all work out. So we're able to talk away through issues that have come up. We are able to be quite resilient, be very creative when it comes to problems with relationships and finances. Again, we're able to see a way through it. We're bouncing back. I do see that being a really great positive transit. We've also got a sextile with Venus and Mars. So that's really helping you to break through limits with relationships or even finance again. Venus rules relationships as well as money. So they are really good transits going to come in. We're going to have Mercury will be in try until the 2nd of July. So that will be quite good. But the Venus to Saturn and also the Mars, there's another one too, will be ending. No, so Mars to Saturn will be all week and Venus to Mars will be all week as well. So there we go, writing it down here. What I've got coming up here as well, I've got here, it's time to let go and go with the flow this week. I feel like this week is going to be about losing track of time. So I feel like possibility of losing track of time coming up this week. It's not a time for ego, time to go with the flow. It's a good time to express how you feel with those tries with Mercury, because we've also got to try Mercury and also a sextile with that and Uranus. So that can bring about some unexpected news, and that will be positive news. Sextile, the positive aspects. So that's quite positive. Plus, you've got to try with Neptune as well with Mercury, and that's really helping you to see if people are trying to deceive you to get through that as well. I've got here, it is time to make plans to move forward. Try not to be too sensitive this week. It's a time to speak up and explain your opinion. Time to open up to people around you. Question everything. And I feel like you're going to have a lot of questions about yourself with those squares to the nodes there. I feel like it's about start and focus and face your problems here. It's a good week to sort out those problems that are coming up. Don't hide and face people. So I feel like it's a week of being social. Be social, be brave, be yourself. I feel like this week's going to be quite positive. It's quite good since the way we've had in the past. So let's go to the caller today. So we have Tammy, who's in Port William, Ohio. So hi, Tammy, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. How can I help you today?
I would just like to know. I want some insight of maybe what's coming, I guess. Yeah, maybe in I don't know, my personal, like my relationship life.
Okay. Your father, he's still with us, isn't he? Like, he's still living?
No.
Oh, he's passed over?
No, he's passed over.
Yeah. Okay. I always get confused when I say I could hear Dad, and I said, and I got that I'm here, and I always get confused when I mean here, meaning as in living, or here as in with me here. Okay. Your dad could do, like, he was able to do, like, I can just see this man, he's saying Dad, and you know that thing that people can do where it's that trick where you rub you rub your head, but you pat your belly, the two different things, and it's hard. He's doing that. So I don't know if that's something that he could do, or it's a symbol of him being able to do like multitasking or different things, or able to separate things. But I am seeing him do that as well. He doesn't like nagging. He doesn't like nags. I feel like he's quite a happy man. Like he's a happy fellow.
It could be my father-in-law coming through.
Oh, okay. Like you can trust this man. He's telling me he's very trustworthy, that you can trust. And he's telling me that he's not greedy. He doesn't like negative or doesn't like people who are greedy as well.
Yeah.
But he treats you like he's all his own. So I feel like he does consider you as his daughter, like he's putting you under his wing as well.
Okay.
It's just saying don't worry about other people. It's like you're very brave to okay. She's showing me a charm bracelet. I don't know if you have a charm bracelet or if that's anything about a charm. I feel like it's a gold bracelet, but it's a charm bracelet.
I don't know. That would be.
Okay.
I don't know.
So he did have a daughter, though?
I'm sorry?
He did have a... So if it is your father-in-law, he did have a daughter?
Did I have a daughter or did he?
No, him.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it's with her. I just feel like there's a charm bracelet that has a charm for every different thing. And I just feel like there's someone...
It might be my daughter. He was really close to my daughter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That may have been.
He's showing me that. Look, he's just going to say don't worry about anyone else and just listen to you. That's what he keeps on saying to me. Don't worry about anyone else. Just listen to you. What I can see for you, and I'm just doing the cards in the future, I do feel like there's a bit of infighting here. I feel like this is to do with family. So I do feel like there's a bit of infighting happening with family. It's kind of like you against other people, but I feel like you do have like your partner. There is a male there, but I feel like it's your partner who's there with you. It's like, but it's like you love each other a lot. But at the same time, there is this like in between. To me, this is like an in between period, and it could be that you're moving, or even could be like going on travel because the cat's sitting on a suitcase here. But I just want peace and quiet. So it's like I'm ready to sort of move away to get some peace and quiet and away from challenging people. Because people feel like it's like a challenge. It's almost like a face-off here as well with people. And I just feel like they're nagging. I just feel like there's nagging around you, or they're nagging you, and you just need to. And I feel like it's like you're not careful, move away. That's what I kind of feel it's happening around you. I kind of feel like things are settling down for you more. February next year is when things are settling down and tables are turning. This man also, he misses you, but he misses everybody. He misses his family a lot as well. I just feel like when it comes to his wife, though, you got to stand up to her. Like, it's like give her an inch, she'll take a mile. With this lady. And it's like you got to stand up to her. But I do see this card is setting it up to me as well. And this is about, there's like some sort of meeting that's coming up. too. So I feel like this is about meeting or having to like discuss things with people. But I do feel like people need to sort of stay in their own lane or stay out of your business.
Okay. Yeah.
You have good, I feel like when I look at your actual family, so your immediate family, I feel like it's quite bright. Like I feel like you guys all get along. Like you have a good family.
Yeah.
So it's more the extended family that feels like it's sort of crumbling around you. But when I look at your family, I feel like you guys are quite strong together.
Right. Yeah.
Too. Look, I just feel like there is good times coming up. As I said, February next year is when things start settled. But at the same time, I can see where don't get too caught up on things. I just feel like there's going to be times where you're feeling upset, and just don't get too caught up with things, because I feel like sometimes it's not worth it.
Okay.
Just look at the bigger picture. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Okay. This man's just saying he loves you a lot. And if he can say hello to his son too. His son also needs to read the book, or he needs to, I don't know, there's a book your husband needs to read, look at as well.
Okay. I will tell him.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, guys. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook is the same. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic, and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. You can find underneath that. I hope you have an amazing week ahead. And next week I'll be in Tamworth, so you'll see me on my way to Tamworth. I don't think I'll make it there when the show's on, but I'll probably be on the road somewhere. So which will be exciting. I'll find somewhere to pull over. Okay, so until next week, I will see you guys then. Okay, so bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. I am LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls as they queue up. I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Oshos and Tarot. In the past position, we have Harmony. This card depicts an individual in blue. There is a white light in his heart center. Riding the wave of light from the heart center are a pair of dolphins diving down to touch a white light in the individual's third eye. In the past, the client has known inner peace by living in their heart. In the present position, we have suppression. This card depicts an individual imprisoned in an orange box. They are bound in knotted rope that weighs them down. Their inner light glows beneath them. The individual's face is hidden by clouds. In the present, the client is feeling confined because they have made choices to please others. This isn't healthy and needs to be released before self-destruction. And then the future position, we have awareness. This card depicts an individual standing in a cloud. There are blue flames over the obscured individual's face. Through those flames is the image of a child Buddha. In the future, the client's feeling of overwhelm will melt away to reveal an awareness of a new state of being. So the theme in this reading is that the client needs to reevaluate how they are spending their energy. What are they giving it away to? And does it serve them? The client will move through this period of overwhelm and step away from feeling trapped by the way they give energy away. When they do this, they will reach a new state of awareness. Good things are coming, which is awesome news. So then, drawing the next card, we have guidance. And guidance shows them flying through the air with cloud forms, essentially showing that they will be well guided. They have their ancestors and their spirit guides with them. So let's see here. I'll go ahead and pull a reading from the Gilded Card Tarot. And I see we have Gaina in Manchester, England. Hello, Gaina. Welcome.
Hello. Okay.
How are you?
Okay, thank you.
So how can I help you today?
What would the future be in like 6 months for me?
Okay, I'll be happy to do a general reading for Gaina, looking to see what the general future looks like in the next 6 months. Okay, looking here, I see in the past you've had the Page of Wands reversed with the 5 of Cups. And this Page of Wands is referencing a child or a younger person. And the 5 of Cups has you feeling overwhelmed by the situation around you, not feeling very fulfilled. And then in the present, we have the 9 of Swords. And this has been a really tough time period for you because I can see that with the Nine of Swords, essentially the images of a woman sitting with her head in her hands with the 9 swords behind her. So really not seeing a whole lot of choices for options or choices for activity. However, the good news is in the future you have the Chariot. So the Chariot can be a move, it can be relocation. I'm pulling down a few more extra cards to see if I can learn some more about this. And I see here with the Hermit reverse that you're going to be moving into a period where you're not as isolated anymore. With the Eight of Wands, we have you. Wands is the suit of the mind, so these are making decisions to achieve greater balance. And then with the Moon, that is a period of evolution, of things going through their natural cycles to come to essentially the situation that you find yourself in is a transitory situation. It's not permanent. Do you have any questions for me from these cards?
I'm having an operation soon. Will it be successful, please?
Certainly.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm shuffling to check your health situation.
Okay, thank
you. Looking on the success of the surgery. So then in the past position, I've got the Nine of Swords back again. And that, however, is in the past. In the present, we've got the Hierophant. And then in the future, we've got the King of Wands reversed with the Two of Pentacles. So with the Hierophant, what this is telling me is the Hierophant is the wise man who goes into the cave to face his fears, essentially learning the lessons from the past and moving forward. And that's in the present. So I would say that you're being very well guided by your physicians. Looking at the future with the King of Wands reversed and the Two of Pentacles, I would say that the surgery is going to be a success. You'll begin to see things moving again. However, there are a few things that are going to remain to be dealt with, meaning that it's going to take some time to heal, and there's probably a couple unexpected things coming. But I do see that there's room for hope with the Star, and then I drew the Chariot again. So essentially, I see this as being a good situation. I do see you being well advised by your physician. So it's just a matter of coming through the healing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And yes, I'll be moving into another property in a month's time.
Okay. All right. That's good, because I was seeing that again with the Chariot back. Would you like to know more about this move?
Yes, please.
Okay. Tell me about Dana's move. Dana's move. Dana's move. So in the past position, I have the Five of Pentacles, and I believe that to be your health concerns keeping you occupied. In the present, I've got the Six of Pentacles, so that is making decisions with your health and your wealth. And then in the final position, I've got the Hung Man, which is an interesting card to see. I think that relates to your recovery after your surgery. Then putting down a few more cards to show what supports you in this. I've got the Nine of Pentacles, which is a good card to have when you're looking at moving and with your concerns about your health. So what this tells me is that your surgery is going to continue to go well after your period of rehabilitation, and you're going to have the resources for this move. However, it isn't going to happen the way that you anticipate that it will with the Ace of Swords reversed. So I would recommend being cautious with how you manage your money so that you have plenty of options when this move comes to be. And then in the final position, I've got the Four of Pentacles, which shows a man holding on to a giant pentacle, as well as a pentacle above his head and pentacles below his feet. And in a sense, this image is about feeling very well grounded and feeling secure in your finances and your move and in your health. So I think this is going to be a good thing. It's just not going to happen the way that you expect it to.
Okay, yes, thank you. Wonderful.
Is there something else that I can look at for you here?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Where are you moving to?
I'm going into a one-bedroom flat.
Oh, okay. Something a little more manageable.
Yeah, downsizing. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sounds like a good thing to do.
Yeah, best thing.
It'll be easier for you to navigate.
Sorry?
You said that this is likely going to be easier for you to navigate than your current arrangement.
Yeah, very easy and it's better for me.
Okay, so we do still have a couple minutes left. Is there another situation that you'd like that I can look at for you?
Will I be single for the rest of my life? Or will I meet anybody?
Okay. So Dana meets someone. Will she be single for the rest of her life? Dana meeting someone. In the past position, I have the King of Swords reversed with the Six of Cups. In the present, I've got the Hierophant, and in the future, I've got the Wheel of Fortune reversed. I think you're going to find that when it comes to dating and meeting people, you like to play by your own rules. And I say that because you've got the Hierophant reversed. And then with the Wheel of Fortune reversed in the final position here, I don't really think you're going to find a partner that is comfortable, that you are comfortable with, rather, because of the way that you like to set your life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've been treated awful by my ex-husband, you see. So I just want to live my life best I can now.
And I can certainly appreciate that. That's a good reason to set your own rules and your own guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do see that our time together is coming to an end. I do want to thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the call, Dana.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com, RAVENGAYLE.com, or message me on Facebook at Ravengale Thoreau. Until we talk again, may you and yours be blessed with the very best of happiness.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Lightning TV and Moonstruck Television on YouTube. So we're delighted to have you as a listener or as a person watching our program. We're happy to tell you that we are the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. And this is Tuesday. It's 5 p.m. on the East Coast, and I'm your host, John Capello. We're the show that debunks the skeptics. So you always hear about people that try to debunk the psychics. So we debunk the skeptics. And today we're going to be talking about a topic that I think is interesting. We're going to be talking about the planet Neptune. Neptune in astrology. A lot of people don't talk about Neptune, but I wanted to do that today because Neptune is in an interesting position that hasn't been in since about 1861, and it's just an interesting planet. It's a very misunderstood planet. It's a planet that in astrology, it has to do with mysticism. It has to do with things that are hidden. It has to do with illusion and disillusion. Sometimes people have called Neptune the great dissolver. It takes between, some people say 154 years or 165 years to go around the sun. So it's not something that happens frequently. And it takes about 14 years to go through a particular sign or a particular area in the zodiac. It happens to be in Pisces right now. So it's called a generational planet. It's one of the outer planets. It's malefic, and it's the area that you might find where you have issues with being fooled. If it's in your chart. It's a part where you may have some of your greatest creativity, but also it's an area where there are addictions, things that you can't, that you have problems with, So it's associated with the sign of Pisces. So it happens to be in its sign where it's ruler. It's the new ruler of Pisces, by the way. It used to be the ruler used to be Jupiter until Neptune was discovered, and the reason why is because the ancient astrologers couldn't see that far. They couldn't see that far with their naked eye. So they started doubling up on some of the rulerships of some of the signs, and so Jupiter was not only the ruler of Sagittarius, it was also the ruler of Pisces. But once the older, the newer planets that we have identified, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto were discovered. Of course, Pluto was always, still a dwarf planet. These planets were assigned their own sign, or they're considered new rulers, at least in Western astrology. So the energy of Neptune is about disillusionment. It's about let's see. I wrote down a few things: imagination, the mystical realm, and it's about escapism, and that's why people are associated with addictions, because a lot of times there's lots of reasons why people become addicted, but But one of the reasons why is they want to escape from their problems. And so using illicit drugs or alcohol or just being addicted to other things that can distract them from their problems in this plane are very, very prominent for Neptune. And of course, like I said, I have a reason for talking about it today because it's affecting us, especially here in the United States. So that's where my consciousness is, of course, because I'm in Texas and in the United States, and we have this huge election coming up. And I wanted to bring it up because it is affecting us, and it's something that you should be aware of because it's something the universe is forcing us to deal with, and we're always being given challenges by these transits, and we have to learn to overcome them and work with them. And we're going to take our first caller here in just a moment. But I wanted to make sure that you understood that I'm trying to make astrology more real for you. And what I would do is, if you are looking at your own chart, you might find out where Neptune is transiting, because you might find that there are certain areas, or that's the area of your chart where you're having some trouble getting clarity, And so let's take our first caller, Ann in Buffalo, New York. Ann, are you there?
I am.
So how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Ann, are you married?
I am.
Okay. It feels like your relationship with your husband is going well, is it?
It is.
Okay, very good. So I'm happy to say that, because sometimes I have to say I don't think it's going well, but in your case, it feels very good, very natural. And so, do you have a question for me today?
Yeah. So I guess I'd like to know. I don't know if I have a specific question.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, let's see.
It kind of caught me off guard when they said that you were going to call, and I'm like, oh, yay, I've been trying for ever to get on here, and then I don't have any questions.
You've been trying to reach someone on the network, or me, or anyone in particular, or what?
No, I just,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
I do listen to you, so yeah. Life is good right now.
What is your birth sign?
I am a Virgo.
You're a Virgo? Okay. Yeah. Well, if things are going well for you as a Virgo, that's fantastic, because right now the pesky planet for you is Saturn, because it is also in Pisces, and now Neptune would be opposed to your Sun in your chart, but Saturn is the one that's going to be really kind of affecting the structures in your life. So it affects your relationship, it affects your job, it affects your health, it affects where you live, just about everything. If everything is going well, and I think, there's always something that can be tweaked, but if it's going well, then the next 7 years will be easy, okay? So if...
That's good news, because I've had hard times prior to this.
Had hard times prior to this? Okay, well, you have some other things that may have been going on. If of course Pluto was in Capricorn for a long time, it can be a difficult transit, even when it's a trine, because it's a malefic. But I'm glad that things are seem to be evening out. Now, do you have a son?
I do.
Were either one of them in the military or wanted to go to the military?
No, but my husband is in the military, and he's actually going to be leaving this Sunday for his orders.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's something that's a little bit stressful for you. But your sons don't. Are they old enough to go into the military, or what?
Nope. My two youngest are 12 and 13.
Okay. Well, don't be surprised when they get older if they don't want to follow, or at least one of them wants to follow in Dad's footsteps, because it seems like they admire him. So are you feeling like he's going to be deployed overseas?
No. So actually, we are super lucky. This is his last 4, and then he'll have his retirement from the military. So he's been in since he was 17.
Wow. Okay. So he's about ready to end his career. So
he is very young. Yeah. So yeah, age is young. He's in his 40s, and we just had, and I was trying like forever because get a hold to talk to you, and I had a recent battle with cancer just a couple of years ago, and then stress of a job was just miserable, and I didn't know where my job was going. And I just got a new job that I absolutely love, and things are going well for a change.
Well, Saturn has been in Virgo been in Pisces for a while, and so you had those structural issues that needed to be changed, and what you're saying is you dealt with a health problem, and fortunately it's in remission or it's completely gone. And you had to deal with your job, and now your husband is getting ready to retire from the military. So all of those things are structural things in your chart, and the thing that you should admire about yourself is that you dealt with them. A lot of times people don't deal with it, and when they don't deal with those issues that are at hand, then the consequences are greater. So you did very well by dealing with those issues. I'm so sorry you had to go through those things, but you must.
Yeah, don't be sorry. I firmly believe things happen for a reason. And boy, have I had some doozers in the past. And you look back on those hard times, and you're like, wow, that's why that happened. And sometimes it's not your own lesson to learn; it's someone else's, or something for you to recognize in your life. And I feel really, really lucky there.
Well, very good. Well, good. Well, I'm so happy that you got through those things. It's like I say, now that you're through those major structural issues and you have a job that you love, things should be getting easier for you for a while now. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Neptune here in just a moment. But Neptune is opposed to your sign of Virgo, and it's at the 29th degree. So I'm going to tell people a little bit about that. But thank you very much for your call. Good luck to you, and I appreciate you being a viewer or listener to our program. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So you may have heard me talk a little bit about critical degrees on the program in the past, astrologically. Well, when you have a critical degree, and usually 29 degrees of any sign, when a planet is there, or you have a planet that's 29 degrees in your chart, it's the weakest degree of that particular sign. But it's kind of like, okay, the planet is saying, well, I don't have as much energy as I had before, so I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something. I'm going to fight. I'm going to just, before I go to that next sign, I'm going to fight. I'm going to push ahead, and there's going to be some kind of event, or there's going to be some kind of issue that comes up, and that's why I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what 29 degrees Neptune is doing, because what it has been, it's been in the third house of the United States, and now it's going into the fourth house. It's been in the fourth house, I guess, for a little while now, but when it was in the third house of the United States, that's the media, okay. And I've been saying that ever since the 2016 election and 2020. I hate to be down on the media so much, but what's happened is that they are bearing the brunt of all the foolishness that they have perpetrated over the past 10 to 15 years, and a lot of it has been around Donald Trump. But the terrible things and the terrible hoaxes that they have tried to get over on people, and the cover-ups that they have done, are now starting to show themselves. And we saw some capitulation or some exposure of their issues when Elon Musk purchased Twitter. And he found out all the foolishness that company was doing. But now we're starting to see on a large scale the media suffering the consequences of how they've handled the past two White Houses. And I don't know what the exact consequences are going to be as far as sweeping clean the problems that they have caused and the things that they've done. But there does need to be some kind of consequences. Now we see CBS as being sold. We see Disney, who owns ABC, have been in problematic situations. A lot of other places have lost a tremendous amount of credibility. And so other news stations, other news outlets, including Fox, they had to deal with misinformation that they were accused of promoting with voting machines. They lost a major lawsuit there. So I'm not trying to be right or left. I'm just trying to just tell you that these organizations have got to clean up their act. They've got to clean up their act, and they've got to be more transparent. And they've got to be more honest because they've completely lost their credibility. So I just want to point that out to you. And Neptune is going into the fourth house of the United States. Now, the fourth house is home, and we'll talk a little bit about that after our next caller. So we have April in Canal Fulton, Ohio. So, April, are you there?
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine. This is interesting. Is there anything about a new baby in your life, or were there ever any complications to a pregnancy around you or anything?
No.
No?
Not
Okay.
that I know of.
Not that you know of. Okay. Do you have children?
I have two stepchildren.
You have two what? Two stepchildren?
I have two stepchildren,
Okay.
yes.
So you've never had a child of your own? Not a miscarriage or anything? I hope you haven't. So, well, that's good.
I had one back when I was 18, but that's a while ago.
Okay. Well, that energy is there. So I don't know. That's kind of what I pick up odd things. I'm terribly sorry you had to go through that. But April, do you have a question for me?
I was thinking about it, but I just kind of wondered what the spirits had to say in regards to anything I just need to be aware of.
Okay. All right. So April, do you have a father or grandfather in spirit?
I do.
Okay. Is this a father?
No.
No, it's grandfather. Okay. But was he like a father figure to you?
Yes.
Okay. Because this is a man that, for me, was a little bit bigger than life. He was someone that may have given you a sense of a wise man, of being a wise man. And it just seems to me that he might have been a little detached, but there was a mystique about him that you seem to admire or was gravitated towards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Now, are you having any issues in a current relationship?
No.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Not okay. What is your birth sign?
Pisces.
You're Pisces? Okay. Well, we're talking a lot about Pisces today, with Saturn being in Pisces and Neptune being also in Pisces. So when Neptune is so strong in your sign, and it's not just when it's in Pisces, you have to check, double check, and triple check. Okay, to make sure that things are not are as they seem to be. Okay, so April, it just seems to me that you're a person that wants to believe people. You want to have faith in people, and I don't know. I just feel like there have been some things around you that have not turned out the way you'd hoped to, and so my advice to you is just to be a little bit more methodical. Now, you haven't taken a couple of things I've said, but just knowing what I know of your chart already, I can tell you that some of the structures in your chart are going to be shaken in the past year and a half and upcoming year and a half or so. So So just pay attention to those signs. Also, are you close to mother, or is mother in spirit?
No, my mother's still here.
She's in spirit? Okay. Were you close to her?
That would be my mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law? Okay.
My mom's still here.
Oh, your mother-in-law is in spirit? Okay. Mother-in-law, was she someone did she also offer some kind of sage advice to you?
We go back quite a ways. I met her before I met my husband.
Okay, because it just feels like there was a bond there. Did you have a strong bond with her?
Yes.
Okay, because this woman loved you. She accepted you. She is so happy that you were part of the family, and so she may have even indicated that to you. So you must have worked with. Did you work with her? Is that it?
Yes, that's how we met, and then I met her son many years down the road.
Many years down the road. Okay. Well, when you're in a work environment, sometimes you don't get to meet everyone's family, but it just sounds like you met your son or her son much later as in your career. But it just seems like you're a natural fit to the family. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Well, very good. So it just seems to me, and what I'm picking up is I feel like, self-confidence. A lot of times Pisces, they can use a little bit of a pat on the back every once in a while. And right now you might be a little bit of a self-critic. You might be second guessing some of the things that you are thinking about or going through. But trust yourself and check and recheck and recheck again to make sure that you don't get fooled by something, because with Neptune being in that in your sign and affecting the sun of your sun sign, it's it can be a very confusing time. So I hope that you'll do that, and thank you very much for your call.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I was talking a little bit about the 29th degree of a sign. You can see in your chart, like I say, if any of the planets that you have are at the 29th degree, because it's the area where you may want to make a push, and or there may be something that you have got to finish up, and in the case of Neptune being in the third house of the United States, it's now moved into the fourth house. So the aftermath of all of the problems that the media has caused, or the miscommunication between families and miscommunication between people that had been friends at one particular time, there are consequences now because cooler heads have not prevailed, And so, I don't know if you heard some of the comments that Whoopi Goldberg made, some outrageous comments and delusional comments, as far as I'm concerned, deranged comments. I just feel like she made a fool of herself, because a person that's not balanced, and that's a Neptune influence, because just the hate that someone could have towards another person that they don't even know is just not healthy. So I'd have to look at her chart to find out what the problem was with that. But some of the comments she made were just really inappropriate. And so at least that's from my perspective. But I do my best to watch my own charts and say, am I looking at this clearly? Am I looking at this planet clearly? Am I looking at that? I try to use my natal chart as a cheat sheet and look at the transits and saying, what's gonna happen here and what's gonna happen there. And so I've learned over the many years that I've been around, and all the gray hair that I have now, that I found the areas that I hit on the head and areas that I missed. And so I feel like I have several more years to go. So I've got several more years to try to get things right. But with Neptune at 29 degrees and moving into the fourth house is about home. And in this particular case, it's the country. And the Civil War began on April 12th, 1861. And Neptune was at 29 degrees Pisces. And so it's a wake-up call because Pluto is in this position that the United States was in during the Revolutionary War. So we have a kind of a silent revolution going on, and the next 10 to 15 years are going to be very tumultuous as far as trying to sort things out in the city, in the country, and so there's going to be a lot of division, but there is also a lot of hope because a new, better society will emerge from it, but it's just going to take some time, and it's going to have some bumps and bruises along the way. Now, we don't want a revolution, and we don't want a civil war, that's for sure. But that's why we have to be mindful of our own actions. We have to be mindful of our own, of the things that we do and the things that we say, and make sure that we don't say things that are going to intentionally hurt someone, or we may need to learn to use a little bit of a filter. And I wish Whoopi Goldberg would have used a little bit of a filter, okay? So we're calling her out. She's never going to watch this show probably, but just shame on her for saying some of the things she said, and shame on the media for acting the way that they have acted for many, many years and act like they're such authorities. Now, I'm a little bit of an authority on astrology. I can't claim to be an authority on anything else. But I do claim that I have some abilities. But with watching astrology and watching the transits in people's lives has been something I've done for many, many years. And a lot of times the issues don't show up immediately, but a lot of times you have to look at hindsight. And right now we have an opportunity to look at hindsight of what Neptune did the last time it was at 29 degrees Pisces. So I hope that you'll keep that in mind. Look at your charts. We're here on the psychic side. I want to go ahead and thank our sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for always being there for us. Use their promo code PSO223 to get a discount when you go to their website on their online store. So thank you very much for watching our program or listening today. I hope you'll join us next week here on the psychic side. I'll pick another topic that I think is interesting, at least to me. I hope it'll be interesting to you. Be sure to call in or email me at john@johncapello.com. I've got online classes coming up. So we hope to have you as a listener of our program next week here on the psychic side. Thank you very much. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
#1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely sensational week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. Here in Australia, it's cold, it's wet, it's windy, and I'm complaining because it's winter. But I'm sure in the Northern Hemisphere, you're out having some fun. You celebrated the 4th of July last week. You're out barbecuing and enjoying the sunshine and sort of just enjoying being free. And I think that's the important thing is that, we have so much to be thankful for and so much in the world that is actually free that we can go and do that puts a smile on our face. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is where it all began. It's called the Ace of Wands. Now, the Ace of Wands is new beginnings, birth of baby, or new ideas. Now, I'm sure most of us aren't going to have a birth of a baby this week. I'm sure there's some people out there that are welcoming a little bundle of joy. But for most of us, it's about new beginnings, new ideas, new opportunities, things coming out of sort of nowhere. And it's a very positive card. As I said, this was where it all began for me with the Simply Tarot set. This is actually my hand on the photograph of the card and a piece of frangipani bush, which is out of my garden, which is the card is the plant of is beginnings and endings. It never begins and it never ends. It's sort of a continual circle of life. And that's why I thought it was a really good place to start. And it made a beautiful wand. So that's the Ace of Wands. So this week we need to get into the astrology because astrology is really sort of going, great guns at the moment. I mean, it always is very busy on the astrological front, but now it's sort of like the planets are starting to sort of move around a little bit more and we're not having such a serious concentration just in 2 or 3 signs as we were for a very, very long time. So it's sort of like I feel even the planets are on the move, which is nice. So we have the sun in Cancer, so happy birthday to all the Cancerians. And I know there's lots of those beautiful souls around the world and we need Cancerian people in our lives because we need people to teach us how to be sort of gentle and caring and sort of homely and want to cook a home-cooked meal and sort of enjoy the sort of finer things of life and where being at home makes you feel secure and makes you feel safe. And look, don't underestimate a Cancerian. They're extremely strong. They, can be very tough when need be, but they can also be soft and gentle. And I know I speak for most Cancerians, and I'm not a Cancer, but most Cancerians I've ever worked with or have known closely say that there's not 5 food groups, there's 6, because they need to have a little bit of chocolate in their diet every single day. That's what makes them function. I'm not sure how true that is, but maybe that's their excuse for just loving the beautiful chocolate that's around the world. So you also have to look at a Cancer is a crab, and, sometimes they can be seen to be going sideways to actually be going forward. And if you look at the crabs around the world, some have a very tough, hard exterior and some have a soft shell. And this is very much like the Cancer people that I've worked with and the people in my family that I've, worked with and known over the years. So don't ever underestimate a Cancer because when you think you've got them worked out, you haven't actually because they've already got a few other things tucked up under their little shell. And don't forget, they have a house that moves with them. So they can make very quick decisions and make very quick changes in their lives that the rest of us can only dream of. So if you're looking for love, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, but this is predominantly the strongest for Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Cancer. So obviously, if you're looking for love or you're hoping to bring new love into your life, then why don't you start to look in places that have a Cancer sort of feel? That would be a restaurant, a place where you go to have a bite to eat, have a drink, somewhere where it feels homely. A library can feel homely to some people. So can an art museum or a gallery, things like that, places that make you sort of feel warm and fuzzy and make you feel sort of secure. It's not necessarily maybe the time to go out and watch the tennis match, unless you think that tennis makes you feel homely. It certainly doesn't me. And it's not necessarily, yes, you can go to a football match or a sporting venue, but it doesn't have a homely feel. It has a big crowd feel. It doesn't feel intimate and cozy. That's what I'm trying to get across. Go to places that are intimate and cozy, where you're going to meet people that have similar sort of outlooks or views, or are there to learn something or understand something or just enjoy the scenery, that have the same outlook as you do. We also have the planet of communication, Mercury. Now, Mercury is in Leo. Now, this is going to affect the fire signs more than anything. So it's Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, followed by Aquarians. Now, then it will sort of wash over the other remaining signs and be watered down much, much more. So with Mercury and Leo, you need to be very careful that, yes, it's good to be confident. Yes, it's good to sort of, say, walk into a meeting or walk into a family gathering or into a restaurant with, poise and confidence and sort of holding your head high and being proud of your appearance and what you're going to say. But also make sure that you're not coming across as being bossy, bombastic, overbearing, and sort of dictatorial, which are all things that the Leo energy can do. And particularly with Mercury here, Mercury doesn't sort of really understand boundaries that well. He thinks he does, but he doesn't really. He says, yes, well, I'm just being forthright. No, sometimes you're just being downright dictatorial and being bossy. There's a difference between being forthright and being firm and being full of confidence to being somebody that's, laying the law down and saying it's my way or the highway. So there's a very distinct difference. So we need to be very careful at how we communicate, particularly over the next 7 days, that we don't come across as being a know-it-all, being bossy, being dictatorial. Yes, you can be firm. Yes, you can sort of say, listen here, I want you to all sit here and put your listening ears on and really take notice of what I've got to say. That's not being bossy. That is laying the law down or laying the agenda down for the meeting or the discussion that's coming up and sort of, setting the agenda, sort of saying these are the rules. And then, we've got everybody's attention. We might have rubbed them up the wrong way as well, but you've got their attention. And at least even if you've got their attention and they're a bit annoyed with you, at least they're paying attention to what you say, because then they want to turn around and say you're wrong. So at least you've achieved that much. So just be careful. Don't be too bossy. Don't be too dictatorial, but be very firm, be very clear, be very concise, because there is some very, very important conversations that need to take place, and they need to be done in a very articulate sort of manner. You need to pay attention to the information that's being shared with you. If you're not good at remembering things, take a pad and a pen with you and write it down or record it on your phone or something, and ask first if you're going to record it on your phone to sort of say, look, I'm really no good at remembering fine details. Do you mind if I record this for me to go back and listen to it later? Most people don't object as long as you sort of share that information with them. So we're moving on to Jupiter. Now, Jupiter's the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. Now, Jupiter can also expand your waistline too. It's not just about expanding your bank balance. So if you've got Jupiter sitting in a sign or transiting through a sign, you need to make sure that you're, yes, fueling the body with what it needs, but make sure that you're not having 3 helpings. One's quite sufficient. The body only needs so much fuel before it sort of needs a top up. You don't need to top up for the next 6 months. So Jupiter is currently sitting in Gemini. Now, Gemini is the planet of, of thought patterns, of things wanting to be moved around fairly quickly. It's sort of all the local environment stuff. It's sort of flitting from one situation to another as I'm trying to bring, new opportunities and ideas and things into my life and for those around me. So it's good that Jupiter's in Gemini, but it's also sort of saying to you, make sure you try and get a little bit of grounding here if possible, so that you gain the maximum out of the knowledge or the information that's gathered while Jupiter is in Gemini. Now, this is also going to affect Libra and Aquarius and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. All the other signs, it'll sort of be much, much more watered down. Yes, there'll be opportunities for expansion, but maybe not on such a grand scale. So just be aware of that. Don't sort of overthink things, don't embellish things to the point that, there's nothing left to embellish. It's great to be enthusiastic and be optimistic about something, but you've also got to be very realistic as well. So we're moving on to the Aries section of the chart now. Now, look, I know lots and lots of Aries, and I know lots of them are paying attention each week, but it's also about, sometimes you can be your own worst enemy, Aries. Sometimes you can be so full of what you believe is right that you close your ears off and you don't necessarily listen to anybody else's opinion or point of view unless it marries up with yours. Now, this is one of those weeks where I'm going to ask you to sort of be a little bit more aware that not everybody has to agree with you, and sometimes other people do have some very valid input or some valid points of view that they're sharing with you or asking you or suggesting to you, have you not thought about it or looked at it in this manner? Please don't close yourself off because you know everything, because you're an Aries and, you know, you're the first sign of the zodiac and you're supposed to be the leader and you're the one that motivates everybody else to get up off the couch, and then you disappear off to do your own thing. This is a time about bringing in that opposite sign of Libra a little bit and sort of learning to sort of, you know, it's not just what's mine, but what can you bring to the table as well. So be very aware of that. So Chiron is still moving through Aries, which is the wounded healer, which is part of the Arabian parts, which is asking us to heal not just this lifetime, but previous lifetimes and things that are coming through on a past life level, that we need to be sort of very aware of this. We need to be fixing this. And this is purely just for Aries. It's not so much for the other signs because karmic stuff is purely just for that sign. It doesn't necessarily bring in the other 11 signs. So it seems a little bit selfish, I know, but that's the way it works. We also have the North Node here, which is in Aries as well, which is showing the way forward. So for Aries people, you are being guided. You are being shown the way forward. Again, don't get your bombastic hat on and say, I know it all. Allow your intuition, your dreams, whatever you call them, to come through and show you things, and don't just argue with it that you are on one path and how dare they come through with something that doesn't sit with you or where you think your life's going. At least be open-minded to say, okay, I may not agree with you, but hang on a minute, I'll have a look at it, I'll take it on board, I'll give it some serious thought. Don't just shut the door down. If you do that, you're going to find the lessons that are coming up in this next few months, and I'm talking about between now and November, will be incredibly difficult if you do not surrender and allow this to wash over you. You're being shown things that for many of you, there may be a complete change of course of direction. You thought you were on one path and then all of a sudden, everything takes a completely different right-hand turn and you think, well, that's not the way it's meant to be. I'm going to try and pull it back onto the main road. No, if you do that, you're going to be in for a world of pain. So you need to be sort of really open-minded. You need to be listening. And for some people, it'll be about going and having a little look at whatever it was that they were planning on bringing into their lives. And if you get there and it feels wrong or the energy feels wrong or something's falling apart, then regroup and maybe be open to a new direction is what I'm suggesting. So we're looking at the Taurus part of the chart now because we've got Mars is conjunct or holding hands Uranus in Taurus. Now this will affect Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. For the remaining 8 signs, it'll just sort of wash over there and it'll be a sort of a more gentle sort of energy. So Mars is the planet of action and it's a planet that gets us out of bed every morning. It's what drives us. But also it can be our own worst enemy too, because sometimes we get so bogged down in what we think is right that we can't see the wood for the trees. So we need to be very careful of that here, particularly as Mars is sitting in Taurus, because Taurus is a fixed sign. It's a very rigid sign. Taurus doesn't like to sort of change mid-course. Taurus likes to stay on the path. Even if it doesn't feel right, it'll be right in the end because I've said so. And sometimes by their own stubbornness and their own ability to sort of dig their heels in, they sometimes make their journey in life much tougher because they won't be a little bit flexible. And it is known as a fixed sign, so it is stubborn and pig-headed. And it's meant to be that, but sometimes we've got to let that break up a little bit. You know, instead of it being rock hard, let's maybe water it and turn it into a bit of a softer ground here. And that's what I'm asking you to do here, because Mars is sort of saying that not everything is black or white, not everything is set in concrete. And because it's conjunct or holding hands, Uranus, the planet of opportunity and unusual and unexpected situations, Uranus comes along like the bolt of lightning and says, is that the pathway you think you're going? Bang, I'll show you there's a different one. Would you like another one as well for good measure? So you have to learn to become a little bit flexible here, because Uranus is coming along and saying, great, you've laid some good solid foundation here, but now we need to shake things up a little bit. We need to move you into a slightly different direction to gain as much as we possibly can out of life. So, you know, if you're an earth sign, be prepared that, you know, life may take a very different turn very quickly. And it may not be to the beginning to be to your liking, but it will end up being for your own good. So even if it is seen as sort of not so pleasant, it ends up being the best thing that could happen for you because you were sort of stuck in a rut. You needed to be moved along. You were one-eyed about where you were going or what the situations were at hand. So Uranus has just come along and broken all that up with the jackhammer and says, okay, there's 1,000 pieces there now instead of one. Which one would you like? So, and it is, governing money, finances, family, all those sort of things. So I hope that's helped you. We're going to take our first call, which is Alicia in Buffalo in New York. Are you there, sweetie?
Yeah.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetheart?
No, I don't have one specifically. I guess more of just a general reading.
Okay. The reason I ask, because it's just easier for me to tune in and answer a particular question. There's usually a reason why you call into the show. There's something that you want answered or something you want to know. But if you just want a general situation, that's fine. Okay. The first thing that they're sharing with me is that I'm feeling tired. Have you been feeling not sort of quite your bubbly self recently?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying sick that you want to go to bed, but I just sort of feel as if I'm dragging myself around. It's like I've got to sort of talk myself into getting motivated to get up and do things. They're showing me that energy is meant to be with you for about another 4 or 5 weeks. Some days will be better than others. It's a time for not to fighting it. It's like just go with the flow, go with the energy that's there because, there'll be some days that you have immense energy and you'll get a lot done. And then there'll be other days where you just want to sort of take it steady, sit in the couch, read a book, watch the TV, or just watch the world go by. And that's okay too. It's a part of a transition time in your life at the moment. So we need to sort of honour the energy as it's coming through. So if it's a high energy day, we get up off the couch and we do lots of stuff. If it's a lower energy day, then we acknowledge that as well. Is there in the back of your mind, have you been contemplating either making changes to where you're living or the potential of a move of residence? Because that's what they're showing me.
Yes.
So which was it? Making changes or moving?
Moving towards the end of the year.
Right, okay. All right, that's good because they were showing me it wasn't to be just yet. If it's towards the end of the year, that's good. Have you got a plan afoot there at where you'd like to go or what you're hoping to achieve?
I'm going to go back to Florida. I have some health issues, and that's where my health insurance is.
Right, okay. Well, that's not such a stupid idea. So that's again coming back to those energy levels then that I was picking up at the very beginning. If you've got some health issues, that's sort of not saying you're sick enough to be in bed, but it is something that's a major part of your life that you have to be aware of. And I think you have to honour that, honour the fact that some days you don't feel like doing anything. And if you, minimise what physical activity you do and give your body a chance to sort of rest and catch up a little bit. I think sometimes we're our own worst enemy. We think we've got to keep going and going and going instead of sort of saying, well, okay, I can cut today's chores in half and, I'll get to them over the next few days or the next week. The world's not going to end if you don't do the dishes. It might annoy you, but it's not going to end. So, you got to sort of start, I think, reorganising how you're looking at things or how you're thinking about things. But I certainly feel when you go back to Florida, it's like I can go, oh, finally I can exhale. It's sort of like I feel more secure there. And it's not just because of your health insurance. I just think the whole energy of the whole place sort of suits you better. And I've never been to either place, New York or Florida, but to me it just sort of feels like it'd be a little bit calmer, a little bit more laid back.
Yeah, I have a lot of history in New York. That's not good, so.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's time to put that to bed.
Yeah.
By making the move, when you've made the move and you allow your thoughts to come in and out, that'll be the healing for you in many ways. I know on a physical level, there's probably not a terrific amount of improvement. There'll be some, but it's sort of like on an emotional level, that's where most of the healing's going to take place. And that in itself will spill over to the physical part of your life. And you'll just genuinely feel much, much better living in Florida than you did in New York. It's like New York will eventually become a faded memory. And that's how it's meant to be. So is there family back in Florida?
Yeah, I have family. Most of my family's in Florida right now.
Right. Okay, but I just sort of felt
I don't have any family in New York.
Right. Okay, but I just felt by going back to Florida, I just sort of felt as if I had more support.
Yeah.
On every sort of level. It was just sort of like not just, family, but, financially, everything. It just felt so much better for you. So that's where we're going to leave it, sweetie. I wish you well with your move back to Florida, and I know it's the right thing for you to be doing. It's a good move for you. So we're going to talk with Ava now in Phoenix, Arizona. Are you there, Ava? What a pretty name.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
Yes, I have a lot going on in my life. I lost my job and my apartment all in the same weekend. I was seeing what Spirit had to say about both of those things.
Well, you really have had a bad trot, haven't you, Ava? That's not good to lose both of those things in the one weekend.
Yeah.
It's easy for me to sit here and say, well, the universe has got a plan and everything's going to be okay. I mean, look, I'm sure it's going to be, but that doesn't take away from two major things happening to you in a space of 2 days. Over a weekend, your life has changed dramatically, and not necessarily in a sense for the better, because at this point, you've got to work out where you're going to go and what you're going to do next. First and foremost, have you been looking for a job? Because I'm actually seeing a job offer coming to you, and I'm feeling within the next 48 hours.
Yes, I've been submitting different job applications for sure.
Okay. So this job that's being offered to you, to me, it's not the dream job. It's not a bad job, but you sort of think, I wish it had been one of the others that I applied for. Look, take it. You need money. You need an income. And I actually think the job itself is going to pan out to be better than what you first thought. So, sometimes things don't look as good on paper or at the interview as they end up being. So this will be a job that you'll grow with and you'll feel more comfortable. So the fact that you've lost your apartment, where are you going to go and live now? Are you temporarily staying with some family or friends, or?
I'm staying with a friend. So I have an apartment, but it's infested, infested with roaches. They let me move in, and basically I walked in and there was roaches everywhere. And so I've been living with my friend for a month. And I haven't paid them rent because I can't. I'm not living there.
I don't blame you. No, I just sort of felt that you'd be back working for 2 or 3 weeks before you actually moved into a place of your own. So I don't think that, the friend that you're temporarily staying with is in a hurry for you to necessarily leave. They want you to, go to something that's appropriate and the right thing for you. So, look, if you get the job offer in the next, say 48 hours and you start work next week or towards the end of next week, it's still going to take you a couple of weeks to get on your feet financially a little bit. And sort of find somewhere that's right for you to live. I agree with you. You can't take a place that's full of roaches. That's no good. That's awful. So, but there is somewhere coming up for you. And it's interesting because I feel it's in a slightly different area to where you normally would have looked. So that maybe indicates to me maybe the job's not on the same side of town as what you like to live, sort of like I'm seeing sort of like a new area. It might only be a couple of blocks over further than where you normally like to live, but it's new to me. It's not somewhere that you're completely familiar with, but I'm going to say it works out to be really good. I think it's your whole life is starting to turn around in a very positive way. And Ava, I know that you didn't feel it was positive with the changes that were thrust upon you so quickly that you had no control over, but I think it's the universe's way of speeding everything up to get you into a sort of a much, much better position. So has there not been somebody significant in your life, like in the romance department for a while?
I haven't dated or really been doing anything. My husband passed away almost 5 years ago. So I've tried to date, but it's just been hard. And then now that I'm focusing on this, it's really not been in my priority to date. But
I can understand that. And look, 5 years is still very close, to somebody that's a lifetime ago and to someone else it's like it happened yesterday. I don't think that you can force when the time is right to sort of say, I'm over it. I don't think you ever get over it. You find a place to park it. that's what you do, because you never stop loving your husband. You didn't hate him. I mean, it's just because he passed away. So, you know, you can only do things when the time is right for you. But what they were showing me was, you know, new job, new residence, and new love coming. So, you know, in that order, and not all in the same week, obviously, but, you know, I think the new love will come in time. And I'm sort of looking more towards the end of this year, the early part of next year. And I think it's just going to start out as a really, really nice friendship with a dark-headed man who I think has been through a similar tragedy to you. I think he lost his wife and maybe a little bit longer than you, and sort of, you know, still finding his feet. And, you know, when you've been in such a long-term committed relationship and you've lost somebody through death, it's very foreign to go out there and start the dating thing again, and everything's changed so much and everybody goes on apps and all these weird things, and, you know, it's foreign. And, you know, you just got to trust in the process that when the time's right, the universe will bring somebody forward towards you. And I think the two of you are going to have a lot of happiness. But at the same time, you don't lose that love for the previous people that you were married to. That's sort of something that's still there as well. You know, we have enough love to go around for more than one person, but the right person will understand that there will be days where even, you know, in 20 years' time, there will still be days that you have down days, or days that you remember it's your wedding anniversary or their birthday or whatever the case may be. And that takes a bigger person to be able to understand that. But look, I know everything's sort of coming together beautifully now for you, Ava. You know, sort of energy levels are starting to come back. I know it's hard being a widow. It's not something that's easy at any time, but just know your husband's around you and he's smiling and he's helping smooth the pathway, sweetie. Anyway, that's where we've got to leave Ava now. It's been an interesting week all around the world, and, you know, lots of changes and a lot of political stuff, and we're not going to go there. But it's also been a week of birthdays, and lots of birthdays of lots of special people that are in my life. I have a daughter that had a birthday last week, and I have someone very, very special that I work with very often, and it was his birthday this week too. So this week I'm going to dedicate the song of the week to my producer of this show, who just turned 21. And I know he's a big Helen Reddy fan, and I'm going to leave you with one of his favourite songs called Angie Baby. So, you know, 21 is a nice age to be. One day you might grow up, maybe. But anyway, happy birthday, Dave. And I know that you had a wonderful day, and I'm sure you were thoroughly spoiled by your beautiful wife, Connie, and your children. And this song's for you, Angie Baby and Helen Reddy. Bye for now.
Sessions with Spirit. I cannot believe it. Wow, 20 episodes. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. I figured we would kick